in so-called hush money payments.
So I can't sit here and say to you, I can't see any way that Judge Merchan sends Trump to prison for this, but he shouldn't. It would be an outrage given the kind of violent crimes that that either don't get prosecuted in New York or get pled down to something less serious.
And I'm Linda McMahon. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has announced his pick for vice president with an introductory speech calling out the nation's debt, contaminated food, big tech collusion, and government censors, the Uniparty, and more, telling the crowd in Oakland, California, what his vice presidential pick has learned.
That the USDA works for big ag and the processed food cartels. That the EPA is in cahoots with the polluters. That scientists can be mercenaries, that government officials sometimes act as censors, and that the Fed works for Wall Street and allows millionaire bankers to prey upon Main Street.
And he said of his vice presidential choice, Nicole Shanahan, that she is young, can connect with millennials, is a technologist familiar with AI, and an athlete whom Kennedy said will inspire Americans to take care of their health. Shanahan told the crowd a big part of her journey toward finding health solutions is having an autistic daughter.
I am going to assemble the best technologists and scientists in the world, and we will use the latest in AI and computation and examine the health records databases of our nation and those other nations who are also on a quest to solve chronic disease.
Shanahan was married to and is recently divorced from Google co-founder Sergey Brin. She said during her speech that for the next 7 months, she'll be working to get Kennedy on all the states' ballots. In introducing her, Kennedy urged Americans to stop fighting each other as he pointed to his rivals.
They ran up a greater debt than all previous presidents combined since George Washington. 2 men with a single term in office each.
And as he's mentioned so many times before, RFK Jr. said his focus will be on undoing what he calls the corporate merger of state and corporate power. But now, with a 38-year-old female technologist, surfer, and mother at his side.
Well, look, she complements the sort of tech skepticism that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. brings to the table.
Josh Kraushaar is Fox News Radio's political analyst.
With his independent campaign for president. She's a Silicon Valley attorney and entrepreneur who's a donor to Kennedy's campaign efforts. She's from California. She is young. She's fluent in sort of AI, the tech world, all the debates that we have about the future of technology these days. And, I think even though she's less of a kind of a conspiracy theorist than Kennedy when it comes to vaccines, she also has raised questions about sort of certain safety issues along the lines of the skepticism that Kennedy has brought to the table to his political detriment, frankly. So, she is the type of pick that largely underscores the anti-establishment, heterodox type of candidacy that Kennedy is running. And look, in terms of image, a young woman on his side who has background in the business world is going to be a big asset. And frankly, she has close ties to a lot of the donors that have fueled Kennedy's fundraising efforts as well.
Yeah, and she said she looks forward to helping him get on the ballot. I think that means dollar signs. One thing, Josh, that he noted a couple of times, that RFK Jr. noted a couple of times, was that Nicole grew up in poverty and knows what it's like to suffer financially. And I thought, is that kind of a smart counter to what may be seen as Kennedy privilege, even if she did go on to marry the CEO of Google?
Yeah, great story. She was raised by a father who was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. Her mother immigrated from China to the United States, struggling to make ends meet for their family. So she really is a rags to riches type of story in contrast to the Kennedy mystique. So look, the bigger question though, Jess, is how many people are going to be hearing the Kennedy story? How much money are they going to have to advertise the tickets? Message on television, right? And how much are they going to be eligible for the debates? If there are debates this year, are they going to get kind of mainstream oxygen? I was struck that a lot of networks took the announcement live, which shows that there is a lot of interest and attention to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s independent campaign for president. But look, she is someone who is behind the scenes politically. She's got a great story in terms of her personal rags to riches upbringing, but she is not someone who most Americans are at all familiar with.
I noticed that he did not mention vaccines during his speech introducing Shanahan. He calls his stance skepticism, though some of his critics say it sounds more like denial in some cases. But Nicole said that she has a daughter who has autism. She did not say in her speech that she believes her daughter's autism was caused by vaccines. But she did reference that vaccines broadly that there may be some health concerns surrounding vaccines. It sounds like that's the way, that they're going to talk about it is, actual people who have questions about, you know what I mean?
I don't know if look, if they're politically smart, they're not going to, if vaccines are the top issue for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s campaign, he may be appealing to a niche of the country, right, but that's not a winning type of political message. And, I've been impressed that Kennedy has run a pretty disciplined type of campaign. His speeches have been on message, targeting the fact that he's an alternative to the, 70 and 80 of the sclerotic leadership that Republicans and Democrats are providing. Mm-hmm. He does kind of focus his heterodox new ideas, trying to break some of that monopoly as an independent candidate. But if this election is about vaccines, that is a losing message. Right. Most Americans have taken the COVID vaccine. I think they have the political sense that there are other issues that are more favorable for them.
Okay, before we hit on ballot access and getting on ballots, what do the polls say about RFK Jr.? I read he has got sort of higher favorability than maybe some of the other candidates, but it depends on the poll. And there was a New York Times Siena College poll in October that showed in Arizona he had like 26% support. And in Georgia, he had 24% support. If it was a three-way race, those are obviously older polls. Now you look at the aggregate, like the Decision Desk HQ aggregate of 100 polls, and it shows like RFK Jr. like below 10%.
So number one, you have two fairly unpopular major party nominees, historically unpopular, perhaps. So there is a market for a third-party candidate or candidates, or there are other third-party candidates on some ballots this year. At the same time, we know from history, Jess, that polling in the spring, when you throw out a name of someone who is, with a name like Kennedy, I don't know if everyone knows about Kennedy's campaign message, but they certainly know the last name as part of the Camelot royalty and his uncle being the former president of the United States. So, look, I think those are high watermark numbers in the polls. If you look at some more recent polling, I think it's closer to 10%, give or take a couple points in national polls. Yeah, and then we'll talk about ballot access, but that is sort of the asterisk under those numbers. He's not going to necessarily be on the ballot in every state, so it's going to deter him from hitting his poll numbers if he doesn't qualify in all 50 states.
Yeah, so he's saying, look, he's only on the ballot in Utah right now, but he has the signatures to get on in Nevada, New Hampshire. Apparently, in Nevada, you need a running mate first. But then he said he said he believes he can get on the ballot in all 50 states. But can he, especially with this snag of the DNC accusing his campaign of illegally coordinating with his super PAC to gather those signatures?
Yeah, well, that's a question too, because it's the super PAC American Values 2024 is very involved in collecting those signatures, and there's some questions about whether that's legal or not, whether an outside group can be doing the signature gathering. They have enough signatures, they say, to get them on the ballot in some pretty important states, you mentioned it, Jess, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, and others. So, but look, if you're not going to be on the ballot in all 50 states, you're just going to be playing spoiler. You need to get 270 electoral votes to win. If Kennedy's not on the ballot in a number of important states, it's hard to see how he gets to that in a best case scenario, in an ideal world, how he can get to that number, mathematically speaking.
It is interesting. It is a math game, right? You look at Georgia, Biden won that by nearly 12,000 votes. Same in Arizona. In 2020, right? And then in 2016, Trump won Michigan by 11,000 or 12,000 votes. Those are really small margins in these swing states. Even if he doesn't win, to your point about being a spoiler, he could really be a huge factor. How much of a threat do the existing campaigns see him as? What's the Biden camp doing?
Yeah, well, so the Biden camp, they have, there are a couple of very seasoned Democratic operatives that are actually working, I believe, alongside the DNC to discredit these third-party candidates, including Kennedy, but also Cornel West and Jill Stein. That's the biggest enemy right now for Joe Biden, the fact that you can have third-party candidates peel off younger voters, progressive, left-wing types that are uncomfortable with Biden but could use one of these third-party candidates as a vehicle for their vote. Look, I think that Kennedy's fascinating because you could make an argument that he actually takes more votes away from, if you look at the data, if you look at some of these surveys, he does peel off a number of Donald Trump voters as well. Like his message on, the anti-establishment message, very much appealing to conservatives. His supporters in Silicon Valley are drawn disproportionately from the right, not the left. Now, his name being a Kennedy, and the fact that he originally was a pretty high-profile progressive activist, especially on environmental issues. That's how he got his, aside from his name, his advocacy focused on sort of environmental issues. And he built up a following on the left. So that, he does have appeal in both spaces. It really is situational based on the money they're spending, the ballot access, and all the different variables we've been talking about.
Finally, on the substance of what RFK Jr. said, and he said this before introducing Nicole Shanahan, but he said this a lot before. His message, his focus is the $34 trillion in debt, is the environment, is why are we all so sick and have chronic pain and chronic disease all the time? And his message is very, have we heard anything like this out of anybody who's come this far or has this much support in a presidential campaign?
Yeah, well, he's targeting his message, I think, quite smartly at alienated America. The independent voters disproportionately don't like either party, that they're kind of disconnected from the political process. And that is the message that Kennedy is really directing at targeting the elites, targeting, there's a message for people who care about the environment, who think that big companies are polluting the waterways and causing problems. The big powerful entities causing problems with the environment. So, there is a distrust, a disillusionment with the state of American society that's widely seen when you look at polling of the American public. That people do not like the direction that the country's going in. And Kennedy's message is an anti-establishment, anti-elite message, trying to really tap into that anger and frustration out in the country.
Josh Kraushaar, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jess.
Wake up with Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, post-nasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
What's up? This is Will I Am. I'm joining Stand Up to Cancer and Providence Health System to let you know that colon cancer affects the Black community at a higher rate. But there's hope. If you're 45 and older, go get a colon cancer screening right now, because it's 91% beatable if detected early. Ask your doctor or go to providence.org/colon cancer to determine which screening option is right for you.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
In Northeast Philadelphia, you ought to be able to play a high school football game. Well, apparently they don't believe you can. It's not safe for the parents, the students, the referees, the players, and everybody else. Come on, Father Judge and Lincoln. There's a new mayor. Don't you think you would go to Sherelle Parker and say, here's our problem. What can you do to ensure safety? Is a mayor going to say, that's just the way the world is now? Well, then why the hell isn't Philadelphia just shut down then?
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Molly Malloy's Kitchen and Bar is located at Center Court in the historic Reading Terminal Market. Featuring a private bar, diner seating, and a great view of the market scene. Molly Malloy's uses fresh ingredients, like produce from the Iovine brothers, along with other market vendors. From cheesesteaks made with center-cut ribeye on seeded Sarcones rolls, fresh biscuits made for breakfast sandwiches, or 35 beers, ciders, and Prosecco on tap. Molly Malloy's in the Reading Terminal Market has a little something for everyone. Go to MollyMalloySphilly.com.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Just one question can save a child's life. Before your child visits a friend, ask if there's an unlocked gun in the house. With an average of 13 children dying from guns every day, guns are now the leading cause of death among children. Ask the question and do your part to keep children safe. To help get the conversation going, 59 regional hospitals united to offer life-saving tips. Learn more by visiting hospitalstogether.com. That's hospitalstogether.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report. The markets fell off late Tuesday, winding up down for the day. The Dow slipped just over 31 points, the S&P 500 over 14, and the Nasdaq lost nearly 69. Shares of Donald Trump's social media company rose about 16% in its first day of trading on the Nasdaq. Trump Media and Technology Group runs Truth Social. The former president holds 60% of the company, which, based on the closing stock price Tuesday, is worth about $4.6 billion. Amazon has expanded locations for same-day prescription delivery service to New York and L.A. It was already offered in Austin, Indianapolis, Miami, Phoenix, and Seattle. And the company says it plans to add more than a dozen new cities to the list by the end of the year. Today, we get the final estimate of fourth quarter GDP from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and Walgreens and Carnival will announce earnings. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Jury selection is set for April 15th in New York City for the first criminal trial for any former president ever. One of 4 looming Trump cases he calls a witch hunt and a hoax.
It's a shame what's happening to our country. This is election interference.
He is the presumptive 2024 Republican presidential nominee. Now, his lawyers keep trying to get the case dismissed, filing another motion in New York claiming no fair or impartial jury can be seated. The former president said Monday Democrats are weaponizing the law.
They're all trying to damage Trump as much as possible. It's having the reverse effect, but maybe someday it won't. I don't know.
Now, this case dates back to his first run for president in 2016. He's accused of trying to cover up
a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election.
That was Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg announcing the indictment in April of last year, charging the former president with falsifying business records, repaying his ex-attorney, turned now rival, Michael Cohen, for giving porn star Stormy Daniels $130,000 to keep her quiet about an alleged Trump affair years earlier that he denies they had.
Even what Bragg would have you believe is the crime is not the crime, which is why there's so much smoke and mirrors to this.
Andy McCarthy is a Fox News contributor and former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York.
Non-disclosure agreements, I mean, they're called hush money, which is a kind of a pejorative term, but non-disclosure agreements are a fixture of civil settlements in the United States. There's nothing per se illegal about them.
Okay.
So Trump through Cohen enters this hush money arrangement, non-disclosure agreement with Stormy Daniels at the end of October, and then they pay Cohen back in installments basically from February through December of 2017. So it was the repayment of a debt, and Trump booked it as if it were ongoing payment of legal fees to Cohen, who was a lawyer, even though he didn't have many clients. So that's the falsity of the business records entry, according to Bragg. I'm not sure, Dave, that it actually even qualifies to be a misdemeanor, because under New York law, to be a misdemeanor, you have to falsify the records with fraudulent intent. But no one seems to have been harmed, and even Bragg doesn't contend that New York was cheated out of any money.
Yet, this is not, you mentioned misdemeanor. These are 34 felony counts, because the allegation is that the falsifying of business records was to conceal a crime. So is the crime the violation of campaign finance law? Is that the allegation?
That seems to be the main allegation, yes. I think it's obvious that what the New York legislature meant by that is another New York crime. But here, the other crime that Bragg essentially contends that Trump committed is a federal campaign finance offense. And that's problematic on various grounds, not least of which is that Bragg does not have authority as a state prosecutor to enforce the federal campaign finance laws.
Okay.
The 2 federal agencies that do have that authority, the Justice Department and the Federal Election Commission, both looked at this and decided not to take action against Trump. And the reason for that is it's not a campaign expenditure.
Okay, but at the same time, remember, he was the sitting president, and nobody indicts a sitting president. That's number one. And in 2018, Michael Cohen was charged with violating campaign finance laws and pleaded guilty to lying. So that's a campaign finance violation, is it not? And he's related to these payments. So how is that not?
First of all, Cohen was pleading guilty in an unrelated fraud case. I say unrelated because it's unrelated to this transaction, and Trump is not implicated in it. He was looking at a hefty jail sentence. He ended up being sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, which I think was actually a light sentence under the circumstances, because he allegedly evaded over $4 million in income taxes beyond making false statements to financial institutions and committing perjury in connection with the Mueller investigation. So in the straits he was in, he agreed to plead guilty to a campaign finance violation, even though I don't think he committed one, because he was trying to sell himself to the Southern District of New York, my old office, as a potential cooperating witness against Trump, knowing that they were trying to make a case against Trump. The problem is the transaction is actually not a campaign finance expenditure.
Well, some people might argue, well, wait a minute. Well, why are you paying in October of 2016 to keep a story quiet if you're not running for president, you're not going to do this?
There's common sense and then there's law, right? So the law is that you have to meet certain technical requirements in order for something to be a campaign expenditure. This one doesn't meet them because it's not an expense that's generated or has its origins in the campaign. If the failure to disclose here had been sufficient to make a case against Trump, the Southern District could have brought a case and the Federal Election Commission could have brought a case against Trump. They didn't because they didn't think they had a campaign finance payment technically, even if the campaign was Trump's motivation to pay.
Cohen may be a key witness in this case. His testimony, you think it'll be vital? Do you think it'll help? Do you think that it's going to be damaging?
I think it's going to be damaging to Cohen. I mean, look, we know what Cohen's story is, and doesn't paint Trump in a good light, obviously. But, you know, he's very obviously turned on Trump. Cohen, as I said, did 3 years in prison on his multiple fraud convictions. When you come out of prison, there's some monitoring requirements that the probation office does on you. Cohen was trying to get those removed. The judge declined to remove them. And one of the things the judge pointed out is that Cohen now denies that he's guilty of the tax evasion crimes that he pled guilty to in the Southern District. So the judge pointed out that he gave his statement of why he was guilty of those crimes under oath. So then in the Trump civil fraud trial in New York, he claimed that he actually wasn't guilty of what he had pled guilty to. And the federal judge pointed out last week that means either Cohen committed perjury at the Trump civil trial very recently, or Cohen committed perjury when he pled guilty. But one way or the other, he has to have committed perjury in at least one of those proceedings, if not both. And he seems to say what is expedient for him to say in the moment. And I think a large part of the reason that the Southern District may have decided not to bring a case against Trump is because they knew that Cohen would be a central witness, and he's not a very good witness.
Now, just like in some other Trump cases, the judge presiding over this one in New York, Juan Merchan, imposed a gag order yesterday prohibiting former President Trump from making public comments about Michael Cohen or Stormy Daniels or other witnesses in the case. He also can't talk about prosecutors or court staff or their family members, which the Trump campaign calls unconstitutional, not only violating his political free speech rights, but also the rights Americans have to hear his speech. Now, the gag order came hours after Trump Truth Social posts targeting Judge Merchan, who the former president says won't give him a fair trial, as a true and certified Trump hater, whose daughter is a senior executive at a super Democrat law firm. And he accused the judge of viciously treating and threatening a former Trump employee in another case. As for those comments about the judge,
frankly, I think this is part of the reason that Trump has so much trouble getting and keeping good lawyers. This is something that not only would a lawyer plead with you not to do, but, the lawyer is going to have to face the wrath of the judge for what, Trump is doing on the sidelines here. And that's going to be very unpleasant for the lawyer. But here, it's a very different context because we're talking politics as well as law. And I think that Trump anticipates, and I think he's probably right about this. I think Trump anticipates that he's likely to be convicted in this case, and he's trying to set up the argument that he will make later on that the whole thing was rigged against him from the start.
He's been saying that for all these criminal cases, Andy. So if he gets convicted on this one, he's already laying the groundwork to continue his claim that it's not real, right?
That's basically his campaign. Dave, I think he needs it to be his campaign because if these cases that we're talking about go to trial, this case is going to take 4 to 6 weeks to try. If one of the other federal cases gets to trial, or even both of them, they're estimated to be 2 to 3 month trials. In criminal law, a defendant has to be present for every moment of the trial. He's going to be stuck in court. So the narrative about the cases is essential to his campaign because it's going to be he's going to spend so much time in courtrooms.
You talked the political side of it. But if he's convicted criminally in trial 1, sometime in May or whatever it ends, what does it mean for him legally?
Hard to tell. I mean, I think that of all the cases, this one is the one that will hurt him the least to be convicted in, because a lot of people, even a lot of people on the left side of the political spectrum who can be honest and objective, look at this case and see that it's a ridiculous case that should never have been brought. And I doubt that the Democrats had it to do over again. I don't think this is the case they would have wanted to start with. You know, for them, they want one of the 2 federal cases to go. They think, for example, the Mar-a-Lago documents case is a very strong case. And they think the January 6th case reminds the electorate of everything they hated about the Capitol riot. So they would really much prefer to have started with those.
That may be, but he could be sentenced to jail time, right? Time in prison,
I mean,
right?
Well, yeah, but look at what's going on in New York. I mean, you have violent criminals who Bragg either doesn't prosecute them or pleads their serious crimes down to less serious crimes so that they can avoid jail time. And then you have a situation with Trump where he's basically being accused of a nonviolent crime. The real offense is a nonviolent bookkeeping crime for which he shouldn't do an hour in prison. Now, does that mean he won't? A lot of what's gone on in New York, I think, if you look at the civil case, Trump exaggerated his assets. I think there's a lot of evidence that he did that. I think that's worth being fined. Maybe fine him several $100,000 or $1 million or whatever for what he did. But $454 million in a case with no victims? I didn't think a court would ever do something like that. So I can't sit here and say to you, I can't see any way that Judge Merchan sends Trump to prison for this, but he shouldn't. It would be an outrage given the kind of violent crimes that either don't get prosecuted in New York or get plugged down to something less serious.
Andy McCarthy, Fox News contributor, senior fellow at the National Review Institute, former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. Andy, great to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention business owners. Stop throwing your hard-earned money away on rent. Imagine owning your own building and saving thousands every year. Sound impossible? Not if you use General Steel. General Steel can help you save thousands by owning your own custom-designed building. Call 1-866-74-STEEL. That's 1-866-74-STEEL to see how much money you can save with General Steel. Our buildings come with a 50-year warranty, and thousands of companies from Fortune 500 corporations to startups have trusted the General with their building needs.
If you need to expand or start a new business, you really need General Steel.
I'm very impressed with General Steel. Everyone's been extremely helpful. I'd recommend General Steel to anyone looking to build a steel building.
Call 1-866-74-STEEL to find out how quickly your business can move into one of our quick construction kits, like a 50 by 100 perfect for the small business owner, or a 200 by 450 favorite of the Fortune 500. Just call 1-866-74-STEEL. That's 1-866-74-STEEL.
Fellow Americans, former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. Market instability and soaring debt have put your retirement at risk. For protection, I recommend diversifying into physical gold from Advantage Gold, a 5-star rated gold company I've used for years. Their customer service is unmatched. Call 800-741-GOLD now and say Jason Hansen sent you and get a free 2024 gold investing kit. Again, call 800-741-GOLD.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and use code Radio15.
See ConsumerCellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
I was proud to be a soldier.
I told the truth and got kicked out.
And so I thought to myself, I'm taking this rule down.
If you're an LGBTQ+ veteran, your memories are important too. Share your story with the Library of Congress Veterans History Project, where first-hand accounts from U.S. military veterans are preserved and made accessible for researchers and future generations. Visit loc.gov/vets to submit your stories, photographs, and documents today.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Search and rescues become search and recovery in the Baltimore bridge collapse caused by a cargo ship losing power and ramming into the Francis Scott Key Bridge. 6 construction workers missing and are feared dead. Colonel Roland Butler with the Maryland Secretary of State Police.
At this point, we do not know where they are, but we intend to give it our best effort to help these families find closure.
The NTSB investigating.
On behalf of the NTSB, I want to extend our deepest sympathies to those who have been affected by this significant event.
Chair Jennifer Homendy and somebody in New Jersey overcame the odds Tuesday, and the $1.1 billion Mega Millions jackpot is theirs. It breaks a winless streak that dated back to December. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
There are major changes coming to the NFL next season, and it may take a few games for fans to adjust. NFL owners approved a new kickoff format on Tuesday at the annual league meeting. Kickers will continue to kick off from the 35-yard line, while the 10 players on the kickoff team will line up on the receiving team's 40-yard line. For the receiving team, at least 9 players will line up in the, quote, setup zone, which is between the 35 and 30-yard line. There can be up to 2 returners in the, quote, landing zone, which is defined as between the goal line and the 20-yard line. Only the kickers and returners can move until the ball hits the ground or the player in the landing zone. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Caitlin Clark had such a big impact on women's college basketball. I'm going to give you a very easy answer to this and why I don't think it's going to translate to the WNBA. The University of Iowa and the state of Iowa has been around a very long time in the United States. So regardless if you ever cared at all about Iowa women's basketball, you are going to then have an attachment to Caitlin Clark when she's playing at your university. If you are a Big Ten fan, and there are plenty of them that don't care a lot about the women's basketball program at their school, but when Caitlin Clark comes to town, they're going to care. The Indiana Fever have been a team since 2000 when they got an expansion WNBA team. Now suddenly the traveling roadshow that was Caitlin Clark in college basketball, does that become a thing in the WNBA? Maybe, but is it going to make people be more brand aware about WNBA franchises and the league as a whole? I think that's a stretch. I'm Shad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored. Falling boxes and items stacked too high. And so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial #law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The owner of the ship that rammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore could face hundreds of millions of dollars in damage claims after the accident. But legal experts say there is a path for reducing liability under an obscure 19th century law once invoked by the owner of the Titanic. The 1851 law was passed initially to prevent shipping giants from suffering steep and insurmountable losses from disasters at sea. Bloomberg Intelligence says a key to determining any insurance claims would be proving whether the accident was caused by negligence or mechanical failure. When it comes to big tech layoffs, Dell cut more jobs over its last fiscal year than initially announced. The company parted ways with 13,000 employees. Dell had 120,000 people on its payrolls globally as of February 2nd, down nearly 10% from the previous year. After losses for stocks yesterday, stock futures are pointing higher. Steve Potusk, Bloomberg Radio.
Push us over the top.
Thank you.
Jim. God bless you, and thank you for your support of the Travis Madden Foundation.
Your response was overwhelming.
God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still text to donate. Text TMF to 36413. Thanks to our sponsors. Window Nation, for all your window and door needs. WindowNation.com. Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Schedule your spring AC tune-up now. Visit AMCOnTheWeb.com. And the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey's premier full-service resort, conference center, and beach destination wedding venue. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. It's a Pennsylvania showdown when the Pirates come to town on Thursday, April 11th and Friday, April 12th, both at 6:40, Saturday, April 13th at 4:05, and Sunday, April 14th at 1:35. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper?
And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TIP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text TIP to 321-321. That's TIP to 321-321.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, March 27th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo. Our associate producers. Tony Bruno coming up at 8:30 this morning. We've got a great show for you. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday to you as well. Gregory?
Yeah, buddy.
Middle of the week?
Yeah. Wednesday, getting closer to Friday.
You're counting down the days and the hours?
Yeah.
Aren't we all?
By the way, I want to be this North Carolina radio host that Karine Jean-Pierre hung up on.
You want to get hung up on as well?
I do too, yes.
By the binder?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah? How dare you ask a question that doesn't jive with the agenda?
Amazing.
They did insert that ringtone, though.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah. Really?
They inserted that.
For anybody that doesn't know what we're talking about, she was asked a question. We'll play it later, but she asked a question or the reporter, the host, asked a question. She didn't like the answer, so she hung up.
I mean, I didn't know that she did radio hits. But secondly, and maybe the more important question is, why the hell would you want to book her for your radio show?
Yeah.
You know?
I think this is more of a news station than anything.
So it's more of like our sister station down the hall?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that just shows you how sensitive they are.
Hey, Karine, how's the economy right now under Joe?
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
Click. Dial tone. Have a great day, sir. There you go. All right, we got a lot of good stuff lined up this morning. A big take on identity politics. I thought Bill Maher had a great monologue on the divisive nature of identity politics and how it could cost Democrats this fall. We'll get to that. NBC and Ronna McDaniel, bye-bye. We'll get to that. Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow taking victory laps on television. Losers. Truth Social and the stock market, the abortion pill.
By the way, we called that yesterday at like 9:50 when the word came down that the brass at NBC was going to meet about this.
Yeah.
We were all like, yep, she's out.
Yep.
Cancel culture.
She's done.
Yep. You are not welcome, ma'am. After further review, what a bunch of cowards.
Well, Hugh Hewitt was on Fox News saying that she should sue. Like, she's not, like, that's ridiculous. He's dopey.
Oh, no. She will sue.
No, she
has a lawsuit.
No, she does not.
Yes, she does.
Absolutely
But
does
can she win?
Not. She absolutely does not. No.
She has a lawsuit.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't.
She has a lawsuit.
You out of everybody should know TV contracts. There's zero chance that the NBC lawyers are going to, leave any I undotted or T uncrossed.
But as a network, she can claim damages. The entire
for what?
network.
What damages? They made a awful decision by hiring her and firing her.
Disagree.
Wow.
I think she has a lawsuit.
There's the 6:30 block, folks. Get ready.
Karen
up.
Stensland wants to sue everybody.
No. Just on this one. I just think it'd be fun to watch. It'd be delicious. Because then we get to see all their... Then they're going to subpoena. They're going to get all their texts. We get to get all their insane texts back and forth. I'm just thinking it's great fodder.
All right. We'll get into it.
Not that we need more content.
Oh, yeah, I know. Because we only get through like 2/3 of it each day, every day.
It's true.
So that's all coming up. We've got a P. Diddy update, Tony Bruno, the cut sheet, all the good stuff still ahead this morning. All right, but let's get to the news at 6:05, round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Wednesday morning, March 27th, 43 degrees, cloudy, heading up to 54. When will the rain arrive and how long will it last, especially with tomorrow's Philadelphia Phillies home opener and season opener? We are sponsored this morning by our friends from Anderson Mechanical Corporation. The U.S. Coast Guard suspending search and rescue efforts last night for 6 people who were on the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Of course, when it collapsed, a major breaking story that we've been talking about for days now. It started early yesterday morning following that major cargo boat collision there, and efforts are expected to resume right now this morning within the next few minutes for those missing individuals who are now presumed dead. Search and recovery operations halted overnight due to dangerous conditions, including very unstable sections of the steel bridge and those shipping containers hanging off the cargo ship. So in Baltimore, the city fire chief there saying that divers are returning to the water this morning to search for the 6 missing who are believed to be construction workers, and they believe 6, that's the total missing. We had initially heard up to 20 people, and so now they're saying they're quite sure they're looking for 6.
Just a little nugget of information here. Last year in 2023, $80 billion worth of cargo passed through that Baltimore port. So if you're thinking about supplies and things like that, it's a big, big spot. $80 billion go through there on an annual basis.
Yeah, it's incredible. And now they're saying, experts here are saying, we're not going to feel this crunch here in Philadelphia as much. We're not going to be affected. But in truth, they have to acknowledge with that much, I think we're number 19 in the nation as far as ports and goods. I think they're 17th in the nation. Houston, Texas is the first, which is incredible. But you think about this, how does it, and now with gas prices on the rise, egg prices on the rise.
Right.
How
Also,
does this impact us economically?
did you guys notice the skyline this morning with all the buildings that were lit up purple? I think that's obviously like kind of like a little salute to the city of Baltimore. I'm presuming. Baltimore Ravens are.
I think
wear
that
purple.
makes-
That's my only guess.
That makes sense.
Total shot in the dark here, but
Yeah,
it might be what it is.
I love that. Boathouse Roche was not lit up, Nick.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was not. But the
Hmm.
skyscrapers down here in the city are.
That's a good call by you. I was wondering why they were purple.
I was staring at it way
great
too much as
call.
I'm driving. I'm like, let me get back to
Yeah.
focusing on the road here before I crash.
So the U.S. Coast Guard is examining damaged shipping containers. Some contain potentially hazardous materials. These are all the things we started talking yesterday about the fuel leak because we knew that there was about 1.8 million gallons of fuel inside the ship for its spill potential. So we had touched on that yesterday, but they also say this is a huge cargo ship. Take one of our skyscrapers, the Comcast Center, for example, lay it on its side. That's about the size of that cargo ship, just to try to relate it. And so think of that, full of those containers. And so now we have all these federal agencies, regional agencies looking through there to make sure, is this a hazmat situation? So there's so much closer to home recovery efforts for a 6-year-old little girl who we've been talking a lot about this week, who was swept away in the Chester Creek over the weekend. Those recovery efforts were ceased yesterday after officials say they are unable to find the child. It was an exhaustive effort, and they put all resources, this week through the weekend and yesterday as well, and they just say they came up empty-handed. So now officials say it's heartbreaking, heart-wrenching. The community, obviously, as they grieve this little girl's death and investigate everything. They fixed the fencing around the park. Apparently, some of the fencing was down, so that's how the kids got through and got so close to the creek. This is 6-year-old little Lineaja Brooker, I should say. She fell into the Chester Creek near 8th and James Streets. So now first, it was a search crew, obviously search crews out there over the weekend. Then it became a recovery mission. At this point, despite all the efforts of emergency local personnel, county, state, even federal agencies who've been searching for the little girl, they say that they now are suspending those recovery efforts. Yeah, I know it's tragic.
It is.
We have our friend in Yeadon, Pennsylvania, former police chief in Yeadon and the borough there, finally settling that federal racial discrimination lawsuit. So we had talked about it this week. We knew that they were settling. We now know the amount and more details about our friend. They called him Chachi, former chief there, Anthony Paparo. He had filed that lawsuit, saying that he was, they racially discriminated against him. He was a successful police chief there. Crime was lower. The community loved him. And yes, it's a predominantly African-American community. Many of, especially the little African-American ladies, that's how they started calling him Chachi after, Happy Days. They thought he kind of looked like Chachi on Happy Days.
I was thinking about that for a moment. I'm like, I know I've heard that name Chachi before.
And they loved him.
Yeah.
And so there was testimony, there were witnesses. And yes, so they settled the lawsuit. He received $2.5 million after being fired, he says, because he was white.
Oh.
So they moved toward a settlement. He has said that he's heartbroken. He loved his job, wanted his job back. They said no, they would not give him his job back. So not quite a jackpot, unless, of course, he played the lottery, because this jackpot, one ticket matching all numbers in yesterday's $1.13 billion Mega Millions jackpot, was sold in New Jersey, according to lottery officials.
No way.
One ticket matched the numbers.
So that means we have one winner?
There's $1 billion winner.
Oh,
one of the
boy.
biggest jackpots in the lottery's history.
You taking the lumps? You taking the lump sum?
Do you have to decide that beforehand?
I would have it decided before I won.
Yeah, because I definitely always. I didn't play this one. Hope my husband did. Maybe Lair Bear did.
Yeah.
You know?
If you're not in tomorrow, we know why.
So tickets, by the way, matching 5 of the 6 numbers valued at $1 million or more, they were sold in 13 different states. One of those tickets carried the Megaplier, giving it a value of $2 million. So we'll wait to hear from the lucky billion-dollar win. Excuse me. And finally, I will say, well, you know, our own Philly star, Bryce Harper, he's already a winner. He and his wife, Kayla, announcing they're expecting their 3rd baby.
Oh, boy. I'm going on record right now. Down year for Bryce Harper, folks. Get ready for it.
Why would you say
wife
that?
Wife is pregnant.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the 3rd kid, though.
I've seen it on the PGA Tour, too. And as soon as these guys get their wife pregnant, their game goes to hell.
Yep.
Nah.
Yeah.
It's the 3rd kid. It's not the 1st kid. It's not the 3rd kid is like, you know, you don't even carry a diaper bag.
These guys find something else to do.
You're so funny.
I'm so sexist.
Congratulations to Bryce Harper, Bryce and Kayla,
Yes.
pregnant for the season. That brings us to the forecast as we're sponsored by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Yes, AMC, the people to call to make sure your home is ready to keep cool this summer. Carrie, Bill, the guys, we met them all. You met them during the Travis Manion TMF huge fundraiser, the Thon that we had on Friday. Great team. And the entire team, they're dedicated to providing the highest quality service. Call them today, schedule a spring tune-up, and save big time. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Quick look at the forecast. Nice today. Rain holds off. Not a lot of rain today. 54 degrees, mostly cloudy, some sprinkles here and there. But tomorrow, opening day, 3:05, our Phillies. It's, wear your rain jacket. What can I say?
Yeah.
It's going to be warm and rainy. Not too warm, but very rainy.
All right.
I'm sorry. And then Good Friday, we're teed up for quite a lovely forecast Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We've been talking about a lot of sunshine, warmer weather through Easter weekend. So we just have to get through tomorrow. Hopefully the bulk of that rain lets up by 3:05 tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, the evolution of and the erosion of identity politics. From my vantage point, identity politics started to gain steam and become a thing during the second Obama term. It was shoved violently into overdrive during the Trump administration as a counter to the MAGA movement. Democrats embraced it as progressives hijacked their party. The media took off with it in every aspect of selecting stories to cover, the editorial process of what should be published or grace your TV screens. Corporations and companies around the globe embraced nonsense practical practices like DEI and ESG. But the reality is this: identity politics is divisive, and it is also counter to this country. We live in a nation where we all have far more in common than we are led to believe. And according to Bill Maher, identity politics is a major Achilles heel of the Democratic Party. Here was Bill Friday night on HBO. Listen and watch part 1.
I think now more than ever, we need to stop talking about the things that make Americans different from each other and start honoring the things that make us the same. So let my people, the Irish, lead the way. Because again, the Irish thing, I don't give a But I do give a who wins the next election. And outdated racial pandering is one reason Democrats lose elections. When Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi put on kente cloth, I don't think it earned them one vote for their powerful emotional ties to Ghana. Here in California, we're now segregating kidnapping. Really. California doesn't just have Amber Alerts for missing children. We have Ebony Alerts for black children and Feather Alerts for Native American kids.
It is a great point by Bill, and I think he's absolutely right. The left only panders to people based on the optics. The reality is most people don't care about your race or other qualifiers of identity. He's also right with the absurdity of California and missing children. Here's part 2 of Bill Maher on America's race obsession within the far left wing. Listen and watch part 2.
Chris Elba, who says, as humans, we are obsessed with race, and that obsession can really hinder people's aspirations. Actress Raven Simone agrees. She told Oprah, "I'm tired of being labeled. I'm not an African American. I'm an American." She says, "I don't know what country in Africa I'm from. My roots are in Louisiana." And you don't have to agree with that, but it's a point of view a lot of people have. It should be respected. Morgan Freeman says the way to finish off racism is stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man, and I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man. There's even a movement now to ban racial questions on the census, and many of its leaders are people of color, like Professor Sheena Mason, who says to undo racism, we have to undo our belief in race. The liberal group MoveOn.org, formed in 1998 to urge Republicans to move on from the Clinton impeachment. Today's Democrats should move on from identity politics. It's not working.
I think Bill is spot on, and we have more proof to back that up. Headline from the Daily Mail, even more bad news for Biden, as a new poll shows that 40% of black voters say they don't want to vote in the 2024 election. A new poll released on Monday indicates that many black voters are considering not voting in the 2024 election. It found that 1 in 4 young black voters have considered withholding their vote as an act of protest. Black voters were critical to Biden winning in 2020, with over close to 90% backing him over Donald Trump. But America's political landscape is changing. That's the headline in the Free Beacon. We will give you details on that in a moment. But first, Bill Maher on this changing of America. Listen and watch part 3.
Democrats are hemorrhaging the very voters they think they're pandering to. The Financial Times writes, Democrats are going backwards faster with voters of color than any other demographic, and suggests the reason is that a less racially divided America is an America where people vote more based on their beliefs than their identity. Exactly. Far-left liberals are living in an old paradigm. Americans don't fit into neat little boxes anymore. Who has the #1 country song right now? Beyonce. Lil Nas X won a country music award, and he's black and gay.
Matthew Continetti writes in the Free Beacon that America's political realignment is real. The education divide could restore Donald Trump to office. Matthew writes, quote, if Donald Trump is elected president in November, he will have assembled a coalition unlike any Republican nominee in my lifetime. For decades, GOP success had depended on support from college-educated white voters in the suburbs and non-college educated white voters in manufacturing centers and rural areas. Nixon, Reagan, both Bushes, and Trump in 2016 used this strategy to great effect. And while it worked for Trump in 2016, that was not the case in 2020. According to Fox News and their voter analysis, Trump lost white college-educated voters by 7 points and independent voters by 15 points in 2020. But Republicans have actually done better and did better in 2022's midterms, only losing white college-educated voters by a single point and independents by just 5 points. One might assume then that a Trump-led Republican Party will continue to struggle for as long as it repels college-educated white voters and independents. Yet, that's not true. Trump isn't struggling. On the contrary, he's been leading President Biden for months in the polls. Independents have returned to Trump's column. Trump's gains among non-college educated, non-white voters have compensated for his continued problem with college-educated white voters. Matthew finally wraps up by going on to write, a realigned politics is unstable. As the Democrats become the party of college-educated, affluent insiders, they become removed from the world of non-college educated workers who feel ignored or excluded from the elite institutions and expert decision-making. The highly educated, highly compensated denizens of Washington, D.C. and its surrounding counties have become a world unto themselves. Those who live inside the bubble find it hard, if not impossible, to see outside of it. We aren't used to a politics where the party of the left represents the establishment and the party of the right represents an insurgent movement against the settled way of doing things. I agree with a lot of what Matt just wrote there. Here's more of the rejection of identity politics on Bill Maher's show. Listen and watch this final clip.
Thirds of Republican voters support weed legalization. And 41% of Democrats own or live with someone who owns a gun. Miss Marvel is Pakistani, and the winner of the last 2 NBA dunk contests is white. The new Captain America is black, and Spider-Man is black and Puerto Rican, just like AI George Washington.
And here's further proof of the changing of the times per Axios. Quote, new traditional media is dead. Social media is declining as Americans are splintering into new bubbles based on ideology, wealth, jobs, age, and location. From, quote, MAGA mind melders to liberal warriors, a look at today's 12 most powerful political bubbles. These bubbles include the following groups: the Musketeers, Instagrammers, TikTok kids, New Age grandmas, right-wing grandpas, MAGA mind meddlers, liberal warriors, elite power consumers, the financiers, pacifists, and the emerging majority. We'll look at these groups coming up later in detail, but the general principle of people retreating to and never emerging from their political bubble is a bad practice. Identity politics is a cancer to citizens of this country. And when liberals are in agreement, it's probably wise for Democrats to ditch it, even though they won't. And it's also time for Republicans to be careful on taking a copycat approach in 2024. Merit, commonalities, good people. That's how and who we should select and surround ourselves with. No more boxes, no more identity politics. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
If you want to jump in, thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons today. We'll come back, talk a little bit about these bubbles with identity politics, and then we'll get to Ronna McDaniel as she has been fired by NBC, and also Donald Trump's Truth Social soaring on day one of the stock market. I think I told you that was going to happen. We're back after this. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, lets you bet on every game of the tournament. It doesn't matter if your bracket's busted. You can still watch every game of the college basketball tournament and bet on FanDuel Sportsbook. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a one seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Like I said, FanDuel.com/Greg and bet on college hoops until they cut down the net. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. A bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com That's go, GUIDA.com.
Take me out to...
kids game, we have to go.
Take me out to the...
Honey, please, just grab the cooler and his bat really.
Root for the all-new Chevy lineup of SUVs at Hester Chevrolet. Big enough for the family and all the stuff this baseball season. Hester Chevy is your local home team with the largest availability of new Chevrolets in Philadelphia, plus the largest selection of Silverados and Trax. No dealer will beat their price. More at HesterChevy.com. See dealer for details.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
When it comes to financial wellness, we could talk forever. To help guide you, Joe Yakovich has written a book, The Heart of Your Money, where Joe talks about longevity, inflation, retirement surprises, and more. For your free copy, call the office of Joe Yakovich, JML Financial, at 856-751-1771, or email Joe at jyakovich@brokersifs.com, and listen to Joe on Talk Radio 1210 every Sunday at 9 a.m. For 40 years, Joe's different approach and non-cookie-cutter methods have helped pave the path to financial wellness and/or retirement. Get on board and get the free book. Call 856-751-1771. Call now, 856-751-1771. Joe Yakovich is registered with, and securities and investment advisory services are offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC. Member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Make lifetime memories with your family and friends when you book your stay at the beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Book a June midweek package and save. Stay 3 nights, receive $60 a night in resort credits. Stay 5 nights, get $70 a night. Stay 7 nights and receive $80 a night. Use your resort credits on purchases in Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession, or in the gift shop. Book direct with them for the best rates. Call 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick and tired of giant HVAC companies coming into your home and telling you about all the things that need to be fixed or replaced? You do realize that these clowns are just salespeople trying to hit a quota, right? Sales guys disguised in a service truck. Look, if you want an honest company that will fix what needs to be fixed and not try to sell you a bunch of things you don't want or need, then we're your people. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back in Wednesday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Tony Bruno live from Florida at 8:30. Yeah, I went back yesterday and I watched the entire opening monologue on my DVR of Bill Maher from Friday night, where he did his opening monologue on identity politics. And I have been somebody that has been very, very much adamantly against identity politics. I think it's a major, major issue when you view everything through just one lens or one prism. So that's kind of why I wanted to get into that a little bit in the big take this morning. But then also Axios.com, which I quoted with the 12 bubbles that exist, which is very interesting because in this identity politics world, we are now, quote, more divided than ever, where we all just kind of go into our little safe space, our little comfort zone, whether that's Instagram or Rumble or whatever it might be, Truth Social, Facebook, you name it. And Axios points out you can't understand November's election or America itself without reckoning how our media attention has shattered into a bunch of misshapen pieces. I threw out those groups, and I find this to be very interesting because I think this is really accurate. And these 12 little powerful bubbles that a lot of us reside in, I find to be quite fascinating. You have a group called the Musketeers, after Elon Musk. They say this is a fast-growing, mostly male group who feed off of Twitter, podcasts such as Joe Rogan, and follow independent reporters led by people like Barry Weiss. Then they have another group called Instagrammers. This is mostly young to middle-aged women in college and the professional class. TikTok kids. This is where most kids get most of their information about the world and hot news topics. New age grandmas. Consumers of news on Facebook have been trending older. So that would be like my mother-in-law. You know, she's like 63. She gets her news from Facebook, and she posts how much she hates Donald Trump. Those are the weird people out there. Right-wing grandpas, which would be senior citizens, especially men, who still flock to Fox News. On down the list, liberal warriors, they say. Think of people like Rachel Maddow as the patron saint of this block. And on down the list. It's a very interesting story. There's 12 groups on Axios if you want to take a look at it. But I thought it was fascinating from the standpoint of nowadays, you know, back in the day, so to speak, we would get our news from the newspaper, from cable, and from television and nightly newscasts. Now it's all a la carte, on demand, go to your select niche. And I think we've made it so select that we even have factions of conservatives and Republicans now that are like, you know what, Fox is a little too mainstream for me. I go Newsmax. And I think you do yourself a disservice when you only consume or you only stay in one little bubble. Stalker, I'll give you credit. When you send out the email each night with stories that you think are interesting, you might have a story from Fox News or the Washington Examiner, and then you send something from ABC News or Politico, and you kind of span the gamut of far left to far right and everywhere in between. I think we need to get back to at least acknowledging that in this identity politics-driven world.
I read everything. Honestly, I read everything, and if I find it an interesting story, I don't care where it comes from. I read everything. So,
Right.
yeah, I don't just live in a certain, sphere of news, but unfortunately, most people do. So.
Yeah. And so does NBC. Let's get to this because I know you guys were fired up about this about 25, 30 minutes ago. NBC plans to fire Ronna McDaniel amid in-house backlash. NBC News will drop former RNC chairwoman Ronna McDaniel following days of on-air backlash from NBC and MSNBC hosts that, according to Puck News, the first to report the story on Tuesday, according to the report, McDaniel seeking legal representation as her termination is imminent. A network insider told Fox News on Monday that NBC executives discussed cutting McDaniel over the weekend as the pushback was, quote, worse than leadership anticipated. It started with Chuck Todd on Sunday, then it went to Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski on Morning Joe on Monday morning, into Jen Psaki, Rachel Maddow, and Joy Reid. I love the way this is quoted here. It was worse than leadership anticipated. First of all, that's not leadership. Leadership doesn't cave because somebody's in their feelings over something that they don't approve of and they don't like. This is classic cancel culture. This is, let's select somebody, let's say something, let's tweet something, let's do something, and then all of a sudden there's blowback, there's pushback. Nobody had an issue with it to start, and then it's like, wow, I didn't think the people would be this triggered over this. To me, this is cancel culture. This is an act of cowardice. Stand with your initial decision, because I would say this, NBC saw something in Ronna McDaniel. They thought she offered something of value. They viewed her to be an asset, whether that's with access and information or merely just an opposing viewpoint for the betterment of their network. And they allowed the prisoners to run the asylum. So now Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow and Chuck Todd and Morning Joe, they all get their wish. Ronna McDaniel gets fired. I know you guys were debating earlier this morning about the lawsuit. I think there's a lawsuit for everything. Question is, can she win that, Dawn, you think she can?
I think that she'll get a settlement, and I think they know that. I couldn't stop when I saw the coverage last night and all the images, all of all these people, and you played them yesterday. Joy, who has no joy, and Mika Brzezinski. Even the New York Times talked about what Mika said, and all of them that called it extraordinary. But Cesar Conde, who's the one who wrote the memo apologizing to these individuals, he went to Harvard. He went right here to the Wharton School in the University of Pennsylvania. Seems like a very nice man. He was neutered. He's a gelding now. He was.
Wait, so he's an executive that was in on the decision making process, and he's writing a letter apologizing to his talent.
This gentleman is the chairman of the NBC Universal News Group, oversees NBC, MSNBC, CNBC, all of them, and highly educated. From what I hear, just the nicest gentleman, brilliant guy. And I actually feel sorry for him that he was pounded like this, but he caved to it, and maybe under pressure from other executives. But I will say that I feel, depending on the contract, which Greg brought up, depending on the contract, however, it's always the memo. And so the fact that she was not told, you never handle HR things through memos, right? That's why, seriously, companies, I've been in broadcasting and yes, television most of my career. You never release a memo like this, ever. The memo is a problem. And so to release an HR-related memo and then apologize after they allowed all these individuals on the air, I'll say, what did Carville call them? Preachy females?
Preachy females.
There you go. They're the poster children for the preachy females.
You're exactly right.
But to release that public memo or to release that staff memo about an HR matter, and then it does depend on her contract, but she'll get a settlement.
Mm-hmm.
She'll definitely get a settlement.
Yeah, she'll get something for like compensatory damages or something like that, because they had, I would assume, and I don't know the language of any contract or anything, but I assume they had a contract for her, and by taking it away, you're in some sort of breach of contract. But like,
what is their justification though? How do you justify it in a court of law on behalf of NBC where you're arguing that my talent got in their feelings? I don't know what their case is.
It really does depend on the contract, to Greg's point. And by the way, the agency repping her dumped her.
Yep.
As well.
Yeah, the same, yeah.
So they're not getting their cut, so they're like, we don't need you.
They dumped her.
Yeah.
But she's a public person, and I don't know that she can. I don't think it's an issue of damages. I think by the memo and allowing these people to just say essentially she's a danger to democracy, and they said horrible things about her.
And I'm no fan of Ronna McDaniel. I wanted her replaced as well, but my God, just because she's a Republican affiliated with Trump, they're making it sound like they hired Hitler.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with all of this is that these news organizations, you can't, like it or not, Donald Trump got 74 million votes.
Mm-hmm.
He has his point of view, and the point of view from his voters is out there, and it's popular. You can't just turn a blind eye to it and pretend it doesn't exist.
Well, they are trying that.
But that point of view needs to be represented on news. It just does.
And
you can't pretend like it doesn't exist.
And there's a major difference between whether any of this type of stuff would affect the outcome of an election versus their viewership. But the reality is, you're right. Like, you can't be a major news network and say, we are not going to carry his primary victory speech in fear of we don't have fact checkers live on the air. So we will not, we will make an editorial executive decision that we will not air anything Trump says.
Mm-hmm. The problem is, too, that Cesar Conde, he oversees NBC News as well. So NBC News just lost every Republican, they just lost. Nobody will watch them again because...
If any were to begin with.
Well, but the thing about it is maybe you like the Today Show, right? Or maybe you liked some little show on NBC. I think this was a disaster for them.
Agreed.
And so...
a PR disaster.
It was a PR disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And the other piece of this is because you can't help as a conservative, and particularly you're talking about a conservative woman, even though, to your point, this probably made conservatives who did not like Rana. Okay, well, I feel kind of bad for her. You know what I mean? Like
Trump torched her on Truth Social
he
last
did.
night. So,
He did.
So
she's getting it both ways.
She really is a woman without a country right now.
Her agent dumped her.
Yeah,
everybody dumped her.
Yeah, she's in no man's land, as Trump said.
I will say that you can't help as a conservative and a woman especially look at all of those individuals and what they said, understand that became personal. That what Rachel Maddow and what Mika said, what Chuck Todd said, all those individuals, they're saying it about you. That's what they feel about you. And so that now people internalize that, even though to Greg's point, a lot of pro-Trump individuals don't necessarily like her and are glad that she stepped down.
Yeah.
But on the other side, I do respect the fact that she never came out and bashed Trump, and that's what they wanted. If she on her first day had said, "Oh, I hated Donald Trump," and she had slammed him, they would have loved her.
Oh, she would have got a contract extension.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. If Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid and Morning Joe and Mika are all so, even Kristen Welker and Chuck Todd, on the NBC side, if they're so sure about their talents and that they're right and that they have all the facts on their side, why not bring Ronna McDaniel on and debate her?
It's a great point.
It's great TV.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't understand this whole thing. And to be fair, radio fell into this trap too, where it's just a bunch of people that agree with one another and like, yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. And it's a bunch of listeners and viewers who agree with what you're saying. And yes, I agree. It's boring.
Right.
Have two people on there with differing points of view and have them go at it for a little while.
It's the fine balance from a broadcasting, especially from a debate oriented or a talk show standpoint of having people that agree with each other all the time versus the other extreme of where they're constantly in disagreement and you're like, there's no way you disagree on every single thing. It sounds contrived for the sake of argument. Right.
Exactly.
But that's why being authentic matters.
Yep.
That's so true, Nick. It just shows they don't want to have the conversation.
No, they don't.
And they accuse us, even in conservative talk radio, if somebody calls in.
Yesterday it happened.
If somebody calls in and says, "Hey, just yesterday."
Yeah, Mike in Harleysville called in and said, "Well, Biden governs."
Yeah. And so Nick, you were so respectful to him. You listened. You had the conversation, and I felt that was great. And we need to have the conversation. Obviously, at NBC, they do not want to hear the other side, and they judge you, and they think that you are basically the devil if you are voting for Trump.
I just don't understand. I put my programming hat on, and I'm just like, yes, this hire will shake things up. This will get Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid out of their safe spaces where they're just, talking to clapping seals and, not literally because they don't have a live studio audience, but you know what I mean.
Right.
And have somebody else in there who's going to debate them. And if they're so sure that they're right, then they should have no problem doing it.
And oh, by the way, too, she was only hired as a contributor. She didn't get some prime spot of real estate where she bumped somebody out. So my guess, if I was the programmer there, I would say, all right, so Ronna, on Tuesday nights, I want you on with Joy Reid at 7:30. On whatever day Maddow's on one day a week, I want you on there. And you put her on with all your big shows for the sake of some back and forth and some differing viewpoints.
But
if I'm CNN,
CNN's
the one who should go after her.
That's what I said yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because
no, that's fine.
Because at least they try and have debates. You know what I mean? As much as they possibly can. Fox is good at it too. But MSNBC does not want to have debates, and they just it's this trend that's happening. We saw it start during COVID with social media, and any opposing viewpoint they immediately shut down and they immediately got rid of. And we can only have one way of thinking, and that's not healthy. Debate is key to anything that we do.
Right.
And yet you are so right, but also just a conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
That's at the heart of all of this. What I see specifically when you think about suburban, we talk about suburban women and moms all the time with the abortion issue and so on and so forth. I think for a lot of people, for women especially, in crowds of women, if you're a conservative woman, or even let's say you're in the middle of the road politically.
Mm-hmm.
The women especially tend to be quiet, and right, because you're worried about this. And so to me personally, that's why NBC News specifically, this is going to touch their brand, not just MSNBC. We could go, well, it was MSNBC. No. This was NBC News.
Yep.
It was a Chuck Todd. And so this, trust me, this hurts the brand.
All right, we'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. You'll hear Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow take their victory lap after ousting Ronna McDaniel as we continue. It is Kayal and Company.
I want my Nick, Tony, Greg.
On Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Taken out of context.
We've got to have, we have to have, because Greg and Nick love to sing, we got to have a Parks karaoke night.
Yeah.
That would be so much fun. Come on.
It's a hard pass.
We love Parks here, and this is how you win. Action, entertainment, great dining and excitement, only at Parks Casino, PARX. Perfect for a girls' night out, karaoke night out, date night, happy hour. It's my casino of choice, as you know, and the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers. I mean, my goodness, that 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, state-of-the-art sports book, 150-foot video wall, all those comfy reclining seats, perfect for the college hoops tourney right now, MMA or baseball opening day tomorrow, plus award-winning restaurants, Parks Grill Steakhouse, Liberty Bell Gastropub, and, of course, the Bamboo Noodle House. I think Zioli, last time he was at the Bamboo Noodle House, he was like, oh, it was so good. He cracks me up. Let's, you know who else cracks us up? All these comedians and headliners coming soon to the Excite Center. The Frontman, March 29th. Clay Walker this summer, July 13th. And Dylan Scott, August 10th. Comic Nick Swardson from Reno, 9/11. That's April 6th. And America's Top Psychic Medium, Matt Frazier, April 20th. They got free parking, valet parking, EV charging stations. For all things Parks Casino, visit Parks, PARX, casino.com. Parks Casino, this is how you win. Got to be 21. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stay warm this month with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniel's is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniel's Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters. On sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniels, all rights reserved.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 lease for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
March is a critical time to check your home's windows. If yours are cracked or leaking and won't open or stay open, then it's time to call the pros at Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands have trusted Window Nation. Don't miss out. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Back in. It is Kayal and Company as we continue 6:53 here on this Wednesday morning. Cut sheet in less than an hour. We'll actually hold off on the Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow audio until the cut sheet in regards to their victory celebration over the ousting of Ron and McDaniel. So that's coming up at 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. And before we get to the cut sheet this morning, we'll get to Trump and Truth Social soaring on the stock market yesterday, and also the big case going on before SCOTUS when it comes to abortion and that pill. Very, very big story. We'll get to that coming up in just about a half hour. But I do want to mention this. We mentioned this briefly last Friday during Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. We are going to start doing on this show a Veterans Spotlight. And next Wednesday, and the first Wednesday of every month at 9:30, we will be presenting to you with our partners at Window Nation the 1210 WPHT Veterans Spotlight. This is a program where we will shine a spotlight on one outstanding local vet in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. And this week we are honoring Josh Jabin, Jabin. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Jabin. Okay. Yep. Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet, Chief Operating Officer of the Travis Manion Foundation, and their exemplary contribution to the veteran community. And this is all courtesy and presented by Window Nation. For all your window and door needs, you can visit windownation.com. So I think this is going to be a great little feature that we do on a monthly basis, because I think every single person in this audience can never thank the veterans enough for what they do, and we'll have our small little part in it moving forward. So looking forward to that. So thank you to Travis Manion Foundation and Window Nation. All right, we'll come back, kick off hour number 2. Dawn's got some news on the way. And while you shouldn't take my financial advice, you should listen. I think I was right. We'll give you the details when we come back. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Gerhardt's Luxury for Less sale is going on now, and there's never been a better time to elevate your kitchen with Monogram appliances. Introducing the new, reimagined, reinvented, and award-winning Monogram range. Discover the redefined world of luxury, one detail at a time, at Gerhardt's Monogram Experience showrooms. And for a limited time, you can receive up to 3 free Monogram appliances during Gerhardt's Luxury for Less Red Tag sales event.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
See Joe Conklin's benefit comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation in Metro, New Jersey for parishioner Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofy.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofy, we can.
What's Renofy?
Renofy loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With Renofy, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renofy loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renofy?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renofy. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you looking for a way to boost energy, support your heart, and age with grace? Well, it's time to check out Oracene from Rescue Natural Supplements. Oracene provides essentials for our body's need to naturally combat fatigue and increase stamina without the high sugar, caffeine, and unhealthy ingredients common in superficial energy sources. Plus, Rescue Oracene supports healthy blood pressure and cardio function too. And now for a limited time, our listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free on Rescue Oracene. Just use the code FUEL when ordering to get this exclusive deal. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code FUEL online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Remember the code FUEL, F-U-E-L. Buy one Oracene, get another free. Go to res-q.com now. Stay fueled and fit with Rescue Oracene.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
What's your frequency count at the shop? Been so drained. I was screamed and locked out. No, not up to speed.
7:01, it is hour number 2 on a Wednesday. Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube unless we get the boot for something. Good stuff today. Cut sheet, 7:45. Tony Bruno, 8:30. We've got more stories to get to, from the Supreme Court of the United States to the stock market with True Social. Also an update on this P. Diddy case, and also updates on the Baltimore Bridge fiasco from yesterday, that tragedy. And we've got many more updates for you this morning. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2. For that, we give you the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning, Wednesday morning. 43 degrees with rain in the forecast. We've talked a lot about the breaking news situation, the developing story with regard to the tragedy that's happening in Baltimore, Maryland, and the search resuming this morning with dive teams searching for the bodies of 6 construction workers on that bridge. But how does it impact Philadelphia and our region? So we know that Philadelphia's port, because we receive a little bit less, we actually are a little busier on the list. If you look at the national list, we as well are in the top 20 of those United States ports as far as receiving cargo ships. And so Philadelphia's port, we are prepared now to receive those cargo ships that are being rerouted after the Key Bridge collapse that happened in Baltimore early yesterday morning. And so that's the latest as far as how it affects us. After that container ship reportedly lost power, it's known as the Dolly, early yesterday morning, we've been talking about it, then rammed that support column of Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge, known as the Key Bridge, and that set off this unbelievable chain of events where that bridge looked so dainty, if you will, how it just crumbled. 6 workers who had been filling potholes, they are still missing. Ship traffic in and out of the port of Baltimore obviously suspended amid the investigation, the cleanup, all of that. And so Philadelphia now equipped to lend some support here because other ports have to pick up the slack, if you will.
Yeah, I've got a story here from Fox News. A structural engineer, John Pistorino, says that he was surprised that the cargo ship was able to take down Baltimore's bridge with such ease. So I thought that was a very interesting viewpoint from somebody that's an expert in that field and in the know.
Yeah, and so they're saying, Port of Baltimore handling a record 52.3 million tons of foreign cargo worth $80 billion, according to Maryland officials. And so what will this mean for ports like Philadelphia now as we take on some of this, and could it mean more jobs?
Yeah.
So, a lot of questions and we also know that it'll take at least a year before they get it together, if you will, as far as rebuilding this major bridge.
According to Fox, in 2023, there was $80 billion worth of cargo that passed through the Baltimore port. So if you're thinking about it from supplies and chains and things like that, I kind of feel like we might be getting a Joe Biden supply chain speech today because nobody knew how a supply chain worked before Joe took over in office. Remember when he said that?
Oh, that's right.
During COVID. None of you knew what a supply chain was or how it works. Oh, thanks, Joe.
And another story locally, just to give some local perspective on this, is that we learned that barriers are already being added to the Delaware Memorial Bridge, for example, to absorb the impact of crashes like Baltimore's cargo ship collision. That was the first thing a lot of us said. Well, don't they have some kind of a bumper or barrier? They're known as dolphins. Sometimes they think about, a dolphin will save you from a shark or that sort of thing. So the construction already underway, and they were checking a lot of our bridges locally already have these types of provisions to protect from this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that brings peace of mind. I heard so many people yesterday saying, I'm not going to drive. It'll be a while before I drive over a bridge.
With these overreactions, this was a once in a bazillion lifetime thing. People just always panic for everything.
And I did see one, Kayal, you talked about this yesterday. I did see at least one news station locally who said, we're going to stop showing where they freeze frame. They're freeze framing before the entire bridge collapses.
Hey, so when you say local, you mean in Philly or Baltimore?
In Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
The NBC station was doing that.
Oh, of course. NBC loves to censor everything.
Well, I think so. We'll watch that. We'll have to all watch for that and just see how they.
You predicted it would happen, right? You said this was kind of like a standard operating procedure for these networks.
Yeah, I think local stations, even let's say a Philadelphia station, will try to show some sensitivity especially as they're still searching for the bodies of these individuals.
Yeah.
So learning more about that. And then the other issue, of course, that I mentioned earlier in the 6 a.m. hour is a hazmat type threat. U.S. Coast Guard examining the damaged shipping containers, some containing potentially hazardous materials from the crashed vessel. And so that's one of the many reasons, that they were concerned with divers going down there. So there are federal officials, cybersecurity, infrastructure, security agencies, all these different federal, regional, state, local agencies involved in that situation. And tragically, locally, I will say as well, recovery efforts to find the 6-year-old little girl swept away in the Chester Creek over the weekend. They were ceased officially yesterday. Officials unable to find this 6-year-old little girl as the community grieves her death as she had fallen into the creek over the weekend. Lenasia Brooker and funeral services are being planned for little Lenasia. That happened near 8th and James Streets. So we've got that going on. On a lighter, brighter note, check your Mega Millions lottery tickets, because one ticket matching all the numbers in last night's $1.1 billion Mega Millions jackpot, one ticket was sold in New Jersey. So I don't have the exact location yet of where the lucky ticket was sold.
Tammy Murphy's bathroom.
Woo! Can you imagine $1 billion ticket?
Yeah. I would be so shaking, I wouldn't be able to get to the place where I cash it in. I'd have to have somebody drive me. I would be like out of my mind.
Make sure you sign it.
Yeah.
You got to sign it.
Okay.
Right? Because they say, because what if somebody snatched it from you?
Yeah. If somebody tries to snatch $1 billion ticket from you, I think you have every right to do anything in your power.
Can you imagine?
Yep.
So, by the way, also tickets matching 5 of the 6 numbers valued at $1 million. One ticket, by the way, it had the Megaplier. Why not buy the Megaplier?
Yeah.
Because you double it, it's $2 million ticket.
Right. It's like playing the bonus at the bonus hold'em tables in a casino. It's like boxing a horse race. You do that for the extra bang for your buck. But I've told you on the show before, I've never played the lottery. As much as I like to gamble, I've never bought a lottery ticket. So you actually get paid if you get 5 out of 6 correct with Powerball?
Yes.
I did not know that. All right.
5 out of 6.
All right, it's not
$1
bad.
million.
You get 83% and you get a payday.
Today, 51 degrees, cloudy in the forecast, rain in the forecast, but patchy fog early, cloudy early, and then we give way to some rain, chance of rain later in the day, about 55, 60%. The big question is the rain for tomorrow. So tomorrow's high just 51 degrees again, but we could see periods of heavy rain, rainfall near 1/4 of an inch, unfortunately, on our home opener and
what the hell are they waiting for? What are they waiting for?
I know, if you have the built-in off day for Friday to be used, why not just jump on it now?
It is ridiculous that they're not canceling this game, or not canceling it, but moving it to Friday. You have a day.
And Dawn, you said Friday through Sunday is supposed to be gorgeous. And around 60.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Just do it already.
Yeah, because the problem is Thursday, so by noon, you look at, unfortunately, because it's a 3:05.
Yep, right.
So everybody starts getting there noon-ish, between noon and 3.
Yeah, it's opening day.
It's 81 to 86% chance that it'll be pouring rain.
And what's the high for the temperature tomorrow?
51.
Yeah, it's awful. It's raw.
It's horrible.
Yeah. I don't even go outside on days like that.
It would be one thing if it was like 75 and rainy. Like, a little shower. That's nice. But 51 and rainy is awful.
Yeah, warm and rainy you can survive if it's still playable.
Nobody's sitting through. And by the way, not only the fans, because I'm thinking of the fans, but also, like, do you want your starter going out and slipping on the mound or something?
No,
you know what I
we
mean?
have enough injuries with this team.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, no.
It's ridiculous.
Get Brazier on the line. What are we doing over there?
Are they? What could possibly be the reason for them waiting so long?
I mean, they have the built-in day for Friday, so I mean, I guess technically they're in no rush.
Is it? And I don't know the answer, but it's Easter week. It's Good Friday.
It's true.
Is that significant? Is that?
I would think Good Friday probably would cut into attendance a little bit for those that are religious that might have
or headed out for Easter weekend or something.
I have a function on Friday that I have to go to for Good Friday. So
I would think that it would actually be beneficial because I think a lot of people are off on Friday. So I don't know why they wouldn't do it on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, if you're off and you have no plans, sure, and it's going to be a beautiful day.
And do it at like noon.
Yeah.
Noon on Friday.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're not going to do it at noon. They're going to do it at 3:05.
Well, if everybody's off, a noon first pitch would be nice. You get the rest of your day afterwards.
We're just planning for.
We're
We're the Phillies' secret planning team.
They should hire us.
I don't like that Major League Baseball is doing this.
Yeah.
Is it Major League Baseball or is it the Phillies?
No, I would think Major League Baseball is probably involved because they got to factor in the road team in this as well.
That's true. Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all sunny, and Friday is bright sunny skies, 56 degrees. The weekend, Easter weekend, 60 degrees for Saturday, 62 for Easter Sunday.
Buddy.
All sunny. To Greg Stocker's point, what about noon, 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
For Good Friday?
Let's do this.
It's going to be a sunny Stalker weekend.
It's always sunny at Piazza Auto Group, which is sponsoring our news on Kayal and Company News Live. So during the Hyundai Gateway, it's the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Wow.
Get 0% APR financing for 36 months or up to $1,500 total savings on the 2024 Hyundai Tucson, only for a limited time at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. You got to shop online, piazzahyundai.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our news here on Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:12 on this Wednesday morning. I told you yesterday that Truth Social officially hit the stock market. DJT, the lettering, for those of you that were tracking it yesterday on maybe one of the business channels in real time. The Wall Street Journal with this report, Truth Social stock price surges on the first day of trading, increasing Trump's fortune. Shares of Donald Trump's social media company surged 16% on their first day of trading, boosting the presidential candidate's fortune. The question is, how soon can he tap into that roughly $4.5 billion stake? Truth Social, their parent company, began trading Tuesday under the ticker DJT, Trump's initials. It shared the shares soared as much as 59% after the opening bell and swung throughout the day before settling well below their peak following a wild trading session. Tuesday's rally gives the early stage company a market value of roughly $8 billion. With its valuation, Truth Social is nearly the same size as established companies now, such as U.S. Steel, Skechers, the sneaker and shoe company, and GameStop, the video game retailer. I want to play you this audio. This was Jim Cramer, I believe, on one of the NBC channels. I think it's CNBC. And he was just absolutely floored and stunned beyond disbelief that Truth Social could be taking off the way it did on the open market. Take a listen and watch this.
By the way, you see the resumption of trade on DJT there, now up some 34%. Jim, in terms of us...
Wow, look at this, will you?
What's that?
No, the DJT, if I were Donald Trump, now it's 8 million shares. This is the moment where you say that you have an obligation to release more shares. And I've got shares that I'd like to release. Yep. And the board can do that. The board can say no, but the board, I think, I'm not sure where Mr. Trump's head is, but this is a moment where he could very easily say, look, the stock's up 286%. No one would mind if I sold stock, so please let me do it. Now, he may say, I don't need to, because he's prideful, but I don't know. I think that no one would begrudge him if he went to the board and say, look, I'd like to have some stock released.
Well, there was a nice piece in the FT yesterday about the ratio of insider selling to buying. It's fairly bearish, you could argue, but it hasn't stopped some of these names from powering higher. Meta's a good example.
Well, I just think if you own stock in one of these mega caps and you're not selling, that it's almost like, from the point of view of estate planning, you're being very foolish. Any one of these people should be selling. But when I look at, they all have such faith. They just have faith in their companies, but they should be selling some, because the movement in the mega caps versus everything else is so extraordinary that it's a good time to be able to raise some money. Right. People aren't going to, you raise money when you can sell, when the stocks are really screaming. Don't raise money when the stocks are going down.
Dawn, I love how Jim Cramer was stunned by just the movement and the sheer activity for Trump's Truth Social. This is the same network and the same collection of individuals that are stunned that he got 74 million votes. They're stunned that his poll numbers go up. They're stunned that he has packed rallies, and they're stunned that his sneakers would sell for $400. I feel like 8 years later, they still don't get it. We talk about identity politics and living in a bubble. They just don't seem to grasp the sheer volume of people that are infatuated with that guy. By the way, were you doing any day trading yesterday? Did you make any purchases?
No, I wish, it opened at $49.99, as we said, and then it went up. It spiked 50% at the start of the trading. So, man, I would have felt like a genius if I had, and that's the old saying, the rich get richer. But I wonder how many people just went in and bought a few shares.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's what I was saying yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Make a couple of bucks off of it.
Jim Cramer's
he's a character of himself, right? He's a cartoon at this
I don't know
point.
how that guy still has a job, honestly. Like, he's so bad at his job.
I know.
His job is to predict stocks and, he's terrible at it.
Yep.
And to your point, he's stunned by this. I mean, really?
Right.
Really?
I mean, I will see how it plays out over the course of time, but you think the first day on the market, like, you would expect this. If it didn't happen, then I would have been like, whoa, okay, not good.
I don't know all the rules. Now, as Kramer said, he does own a majority stake in DJT with the nearly 79 million shares. So now his value, that would raise it up to like $5.9 billion when you do the math. But remember, we reported on the board. They created the new board. He's not on it.
Yep.
And that was smart because of Engamoron.
Yeah.
But the truth is, I don't know. I thought that I had read that, in fact, he would have to go to the board if he wanted to release for cash a major amount of the stock. I'll have to reread that.
Okay.
But because he's no longer technically on, there's a technicality there.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, if we get that update, let's pass that along for sure. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up next, the Supreme Court of the United States likely to give Republicans a little stay of execution. A very big story yesterday, because if it goes the other way, it could be a wrap. We'll get to that when we continue. On the other side, it's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My favorite time of year, March. College basketball. Say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, lets you bet on every game of the tournament. If you're like me and your bracket is busted, you can still bet on the games. You can still get in on the action on every game on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos. By the way, you don't just have to bet on winners. You can bet on point spreads, money lines, player props, all kinds of stuff. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a one seed, FanDuel Sportsbook is the place to go. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines, and you can even pick who's going to win it all. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. It's the best time to do it. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms on sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Countless financial firms have promised the security and peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement, but those imitators never last. No other firm has access to the tried and true proprietary crash-proof retirement system that has proven to provide market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions.
Janice Barbero, I'm from Fogelsville, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we don't have to worry about making up any money that we've lost. So if the market goes down in 2024, we don't worry. We know our initial investment's still there. And that interest that we made the year before, that never goes away. I do think Crash Proof Retirement's original. They're the real deal. I don't think anybody else could give that kind of service.
Register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on April 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Baseball is back, basketball is heating up, and the NFL Draft is right around the corner. Listen to the latest on the teams you love with the free Odyssey app. The biggest sports radio stations in the country, providing unrivaled local coverage of their teams, all in one place. Exclusive interviews with players, coaches, and team executives, streaming live and always available on demand. Stay in the know with your favorite teams with Odyssey, AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with NJ Diet.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. For March only, come in and get up to 20% off select Jeeps and Rams. That equates to over $18,000 in savings on select models. We have over 300 vehicles available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com, located on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:25, live on a Wednesday morning. What's on the cut sheet in about 20 minutes? Tony Bruno, just 1 hour from now. We'll get to the Supreme Court and abortion coming up in just a couple of minutes, as well as the Diddy update, as now his attorneys are saying, boy, the feds were too rough. Couldn't you have been more subdued as you searched and seized? We'll get to that story. Already playing the victim card But we have some social media comments coming in.
You want to do some instant feedback?
Love instant feedback.
Let you and Dawn comment on them.
We call it IF in the business.
Tom Tartaglia writes, Nick, not for nothing, but I think that bridge collapse was no accident. If you think about it, it was a pretty strategic hit.
I gave you the story a couple of moments ago when Dawn was mentioning in the news. Structural engineer John Pistorino was on Fox News. Now, he's not saying it was a strategic hit, but he, as an expert, says he was surprised that the cargo ship was able to take down this Francis Scott Key Bridge. So
look at the size of that ship, though. You don't think
I
something
think,
like that can bring?
Yeah, I think it can. I mean, I got to imagine that bridge, as old as it is, I mean, it's close to what, almost 100 years old, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think Dawn said it's not as reinforced as some of the ones that we have here in our region.
The bridge was built in the 1977
in Baltimore.
Yeah, and it was considered a marvel of the world.
I would have figured that would have been built a long time ago.
No.
But you know me with dates, I'm always off by half a century.
No, I mean, I'll be honest. Last night, I had this debate with my husband because I said, "Oh, look at that! How could they let this happen? This is a port with major economic interest for the Navy. You're telling me they don't have an escort, which they do. You're telling me." And if I were the wife of one of the construction workers on there, I'd be saying this.
Mm-hmm.
How could this happen? I'm sure there will be lawsuits.
Sure.
And so Larry's like, "Oh, it was a horrible accident." I'm like, I just want to know more, and we have a right, and those families of the deceased have a right. But I would be saying, how could this possibly happen?
Do we know whoever was, quote, driving the boat?
Yeah.
Is that person alive? Did that person survive?
Yes, everybody survived.
That's the person I want to hear from.
And plus, if you look at the history of this particular ship, this is like your neighbor's teenage kid that constantly gets into accidents. This ship has a horrible record, but they do have the rule where the pilot in the harbor, so they have union rules and whatnot. So somebody locally has to be there so they were done with their duty. It was good to go. That's the report. How did this whole thing happen? Then they lost power.
Yeah.
I don't know. The whole thing to me, of course, they're going to investigate it.
Yep.
It's weird.
By the way, the cargo ship is the size of a skyscraper.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you said the Comcast building, right?
I said picture this Comcast building on its side. Yep. So, yes, it's huge, but they know that.
Mm-hmm.
They know that. Look at the business we talked about, top 20 in the nation.
Yep.
I don't. There is an economic impact for all of us. Yeah, I'm with you. I know they're investigating it, but I certainly think this is bizarre that could happen.
There were Mayday calls and all of that stuff, but I don't know, guys. I think sometimes when you look too deep for conspiracy theories, there's not usually one there. But,
Well, the conspiracy theories have been hitting at a pretty good rate the last 4 years. So you never know.
Okay, first of all, is that a common thing to lose power like that? And then how does that impact everything? Then they did drop anchor, but they dropped anchor too. They have protocols, obviously. And so my question is, we're all looking at this. We're looking at our city. That's why I mentioned our bridges that have these bumpers and so on and so forth. To me, at the very least, obviously, if you're a family member of one of those killed, you're saying, how could you not have better safety in place?
What do we got?
Kevin Pools is amazing on the YouTube chat. He says, Nick, captains pilot ships. Nick, ships aren't driven.
Yeah.
Well, it's a figure of speech.
Yeah. Well, whoever's behind the wheel, okay? Sorry for not getting all my terminology correct.
Back up. Come on.
Hey,
take a U-turn.
Here's one for Kevin Poles. On this barge, did they have a little black box to record everything that's being said? Because I'd like to hear the evidence from the black box.
Well, there were distress calls.
Yeah.
So
they're
saying that those distress calls save lives, right?
They were able to stop the traffic. They had 4 minutes, and so they were able to save lives. They were able to get some of the construction workers off of there. Thank God. And these guys, tragically, they were on I guess they were eating. There was a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
And so they, you can't tell from the pictures, but I think they dropped 180 to 200 feet.
Oh, wow.
Off the bridge. It's amazing. The one guy who survived and refused treatment, that and just said, I want to talk to my family. That one's amazing.
Yeah.
JK13 says, yes, there is a black box.
All right, good to know. Do they call it a black box? That's the question. 855-839-1210. All right, we'll come back with more of your witty comments on YouTube. And also, the Supreme Court of the United States unlikely to restrict access to the abortion pill. We told you what would happen if that was not the case. We'll get into some of the details from yesterday's proceedings, and we'll do that next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, it's that time of year, springtime. You need to think about the lawn right now. Before you know it, the grass is going to be all overgrown with those weeds, taking away from the beauty of your home. Swing into spring now with Natural Lawn of America's safer lawn care treatments. Natural Lawn has been creating green, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years now. So I can tell you, this is not a one-size-fits-all situation. That's not what Natural Lawn is all about. They're certified specialists, tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. So my guy came out last week. I have 3 different kinds of these invasive weeds, and they're looking at it, and I get a write-up of, okay, here's what you've got. It's pretty cool to look at it. They use exclusive organic-based fertilizers and safer weed, as well as insect controls, which give you the results you want, as well as the peace of mind that you deserve. So locally owned and family operated, they're great people. They're right here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They're listing right now Natural Lawn, competitively priced, and has a satisfaction guarantee. That's important too. Get started today. Do this. Take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. Get free seeding every year. 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED, or you can visit naturallawn.com. Trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care service. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May. Or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long throughout the city. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Cut sheet coming up in 7 minutes as we continue Hump Day edition of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Hit that follow button. Get us on YouTube. Hit the subscribe and like buttons. Many ways to consume us, many buttons to push. And you can push our buttons in the YouTube chat. We always like that. All right, let's get to the big story from yesterday as the Supreme Court seems unlikely to restrict access to the abortion pill. That's the headline from Axios.com. The Supreme Court on Tuesday seemed unlikely to broadly restrict access to medication abortion in the country's biggest abortion-related case since overturning Roe v. Wade 2 years ago. A couple of bullet points from yesterday. It wasn't clear from those arguments exactly how the court is likely to rule, but multiple conservative justices took issue with parts of the case against the pill and the manufacturer. There did not seem to be 5 justices who were inclined to hand down a broad ruling that would undercut the FDA's regulations of the drug. 2 conservatives would need to join the court's 3 liberal justices to uphold the FDA's rules on this pill. A ruling is expected in June, which is, as we know, when the Supreme Court of the United States will break for the summer. They also go on to say that the Supreme Court's blockbuster case over access to abortion drugs could upend the way that the Food and Drug Administration broadly regulates medicines and other products. And that was a few of the takeaways from yesterday. I've been in agreement with you, Greg, on basically the big takeaway post Roe v. Wade from June of 2022. This has been a major, and I think it's probably even understating it, it's been a major Achilles heel for conservatives and Republicans alike. And I think if this does not go with the way many people are anticipating it will go, with the justices not ruling against this by June, because if it did go that way, I mean, that's probably the worst case scenario for Trump supporters, Republicans, because we've seen election after election in just under now, what are we going to call it, about 22 months, Republicans are 0 for. I don't know what the exact number is. I don't know if it's 0 for 8 or 0 for 18, but it hasn't gone well. So I think if you are somebody that is objective from the standpoint of, hey, Republicans have had a tough shake of things these last 2 years since SCOTUS's kicking back of Roe v. Wade to the states. this was good news because it could go a lot worse, I think. So I just wanted to pass that along.
Yeah, I think to me, if I look, it's kind of I'm almost curious as to why they even took it in the first place, because it's all about these doctors. So this group of doctors are saying it affects them. They brought the original lawsuit.
Yeah.
And so from what I'm seeing, the conservative and liberal justices it seems like they're all pretty skeptical as to whether this particular medication, whether the doctors can actually prove their case.
Yeah.
That's really at the core of this. Did they have the right to bring the case in the first place?
That's kind of the point Justice Neil Gorsuch is alluding to. He said that, quote, this case seems like a prime example of turning what could be a small lawsuit into a nationwide legislative assembly.
Yeah, to be clear on that, it's a group of doctors who are not required to prescribe the medication, but nonetheless argue that they have suffered harm because they treat patients who have experienced side effects from it.
Mm-hmm.
They argue that caring for such patients causes enormous stress and pressure. A district court ruled in their favor last year, stating that the Food and Drug Administration erred in approving the drug 2 decades ago. However, the Supreme Court stayed that opinion pending appeal.
Yeah. So
they're saying that, this medication, they had some people come into the emergency room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, most ER I know with boys, they said, please get rid of your trampoline. So are we going to now get rid of, are we going to outlaw trampolines? I mean, there are many more people injured by trampolines, especially kids, than mifepristone. Look at the stats on it.
Right.
And I
that's
think
the name of it, mifepristone. Yep.
Yeah. And so I from what I see, and it's June, but possibly as late as July, guys, I just don't see that I think that they're going to say they don't have a case.
I tend to agree with you. And they're talking about this on social media. It was the #1 trend yesterday in the United States on X. And why this matters, obviously, is that the justices are going to consider rolling back federal policies that made it easier to access the key abortion drug, which has been growing in prominence as states enacted near or total bans following Roe v. Wade in 2022. So if you want to read the nuts and bolts of it, you can get the case. Very easily digestible version of it. It's on Axios.com. All right, 7:44, just about a minute early. Let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can lease an XC40 for $459 or an XC90 for $629 per month, and interest rates are as low as 4%. Hurry into Cherry Hill Volvo for details today. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm just going to piggyback off of what you guys were saying because we have some of the audio of some of the oral arguments. Phil, I'm going to start with cut 12 here. During the arguments, several justices, as Nick was saying, appeared skeptical about the doctor standing, which plaintiffs must have for the court to rule on the merits of the case. To have standing, they must show that they experience a particular harm. There was some discussion of the merits of the case, however. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson asked a lawyer for the plaintiffs why, even if the clients have standing, they should be entitled to seek a nationwide virtual ban on mifepristone. So this is Aaron Hawley, who is the Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine attorney, in the oral arguments, talking with Ketanji Brown Jackson, arguing with Ketanji Brown Jackson, and then Neil Gorsuch jumps in, which I think is what you were discussing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
And Ryan Hawley is a significant individual, Josh Hawley's wife.
Aaron Hawley?
This is Hawley's wife.
Oh, is it?
Mrs. Hawley.
Oh.
Did not know that.
I did not know that either. Look at you, Dawn. Cut 12.
Sorry, I had to...
No, that's a good piece of info. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Ask you this. If we were to find that there are conscientious objections that say hospitals take them into account and these doctors do have a way to not do these kinds of procedures, should we end this case on that basis?
No, Your Honor. We would welcome that holding, but it's not broad enough to remedy our doctors' harm.
Why?
Because these are emergency situations, they can't waste precious moments scrubbing in.
No. I'm saying assuming we have a world in which they can actually lodge the objections that you say that they have. My question is, isn't that enough to remedy their issue? do we have to also entertain your argument that no one else in the world can have this drug, or no one else in America should have this drug in order to protect your clients?
So again, Your Honor, it's not possible given the emergency nature of these situations.
Counsel, let me interrupt there. I'm sorry. I think Justice Jackson's saying that let's spot you all that, okay, with respect to your clients. Normally in Article 3, traditional equitable remedies, we issue, and we say over and over again, provide a remedy sufficient to address the plaintiff's asserted injuries and go no further. We have before us a handful of individuals who have asserted a conscience objection. Normally, we would allow equitable relief to address them. Recently, I think what Justice Jackson's alluding to, we've had, one might call it a rash of universal injunctions or vacatures. And this case seems like a prime example of turning what could be a small lawsuit into a nationwide legislative assembly on an FDA rule or any other federal government action. Thoughts?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I have to say that I think it's impracticable to raise a conscience objection, but even spotting that, I think the district court remedy here was perfectly appropriate under Section 705. Section 705 grants the reviewing courts the authority to issue all necessary and appropriate relief. And as the government acknowledged in oral argument in Corner Post, when the parties before the court are non-regulated parties, the only avenue in which they can possibly get relief, and of course that's sort of the sine qua non of equitable relief, is that the parties before the court get it. And that's for, as in this case, a state issue, or in other cases, a vacature. And that's because without that sort of relief, the very parties before the court won't get it.
So you heard Gorsuch there giving a little bit of what I quoted just a few moments ago. A lot of that is, I think, very deep in the weeds and might go over some people's heads, goes over my head a little bit as well. It's not the easiest stuff to digest, but I think what matters here is ultimately the precedent, because the courts for years have given the FDA, the Federal Drug, the Food and Drug Administration, the latitude to kind of make these judgments about the health and safety-based scientific studies. But as you heard there yesterday on Tuesday, this is where the challenge comes in, because the justices are hearing these arguments, which could set a precedent for courts to kind of, for lack of a better word, substitute, their own conclusions for these agency decisions. So that was a little bit of it yesterday. And by the way, Ketanji Brown Jackson, she's also the one that couldn't identify what exactly a biological female was, if I recall correctly.
She knows now, though, doesn't she?
She does now, yeah.
Yeah.
So the inside politics on this, which I always love to get into this.
Yep.
So the Hawleys actually met after law school. They both clerked for Chief Justice John Roberts back in the day. So that's how they met. They were married in 2010. I love to know the insights. So these, Gorsuch, these justices, they know her, right? They know her husband because they would have clerked under Chief Justice John Roberts back in the day when they were just out of, law school. Erin Morrow Hawley they both graduated Yale Law School. So
interesting.
Top attorney, she's considered a sharp cookie. But to me, I just think that we'll look for a very specific, maybe a split ruling on some of this stuff. I don't see that this is going to provide a nationwide ban for these individuals, because you know what, if you're, I just think that they won't go with this full scale.
Now, is this, Dawn, and I don't know this, maybe you do, or just females in general would, is this something that you can get delivered kind of discreetly to your house? Like with the pill, like via like Amazon or a package, or is this something you have to go and get in a clinical setting?
My understanding, and that's part of the argument in places like Texas, they don't, they've tried to say you can't get it through the mail, because at one point I know even people said, well, you could get it through Canada. You could get it through France.
Okay.
So yes, you can get it in the mail discreetly, and that's a piece of this but I will argue you can get lots of stuff delivered.
Sure.
And so just be careful what you wish for, America, because if you can block this one, what other medications then could you actually block. And so this could deal a blow to those who get some of those cheaper prescriptions through Canada.
Yep.
So that's the double-edged side of this thing.
You said earlier, Nick Kayal, and I agree with you, I'm sure Dawn does too, that the Supreme Court signaling that it is likely to reject this challenge on the abortion pill access is a gift to the GOP. It could have gone a different way, and maybe it still will, but I doubt it. Well, that is also proof positive what happened last night in a Alabama special election. I don't know if you guys saw this yesterday, but the Democrats in Alabama flipped a district in Alabama that Trump won in the special election because the Democrat Marilyn Lands campaigned solely on reproductive rights.
Yep. It's a winning card for the Dems.
This is Alabama.
Yep.
This is just a little bit of that from last night. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Senator, I also got to ask you, because we just have some breaking news in that maybe people at home haven't been watching this race very closely, but it deals with our home state, and it's really important. And CNN is now projecting that the Democrat, Marilyn Lands, is going to win this special election that was going on for a state House seat in House District 10. It's notable because she made reproductive rights a centerpiece of her campaign, something you don't often see in deep red Alabama. And she said in a statement tonight that Alabama women and families sent a clear message with this that is going to be heard in Montgomery, but also across the nation, and said they must repeal Alabama's no exceptions abortion ban, fully restore access to IVF, and protect the right to contraception. What does her win mean tonight for Democrats?
It's a huge win for Democrats. Look, this is a huge win for Alabama, not just for Democrats. This is a huge win for Alabama. It's a huge win for women who are going to be consistently pushing back on all the restrictive women's reproductive rights that we're seeing coming out of Montgomery these days.
So if that's happening in Alabama, this has been my concern for like Bucks County and certain areas of Pennsylvania that are going in the opposite direction of red. This is my concern because I do think, and I've said this about Kamala Harris, I've ridiculed her, rightfully so, for the border, for being the AI czar, for basically every single thing she has ever done. But if there's one thing Kamala Harris can't screw up in 2024, it's going out there and doing her abortion tour. It's the ace of spades for Democrats and post Roe v. Wade for Republicans that are pro-life. This is like the two of clubs.
By the way, guys, just so you know, the polling for this woman won by 30 points.
Yeah, I'm trying to find I'm trying to find where this is in Alabama.
25 to 30 points, District 10.
I know District 10, but I'm trying to figure out if this is like what city or what town this might be.
So the internal polling in December from the Republican campaign showed her opponent winning 47% to 36%. Even the Democrats' internal poll showed it a tight race, 43 to 40. She ended up winning by roughly 25 or 30. So all the polls that you see, I'm just telling them, take them with a grain of salt, because these elections, these special elections that we've seen since 2022, tell me a lot more than any poll does.
I have been very skeptical of all the polling that favors Trump. I don't know that that's real life, and I think we have a track record and precedent to look back on in the last 2 years that show that polls are not a reflection of real life. But I will say this, had it not have been for Roe v. Wade 2 years ago, I would tell you right now I think Trump wins in a landslide. If Roe v. Wade doesn't happen 2 summers ago, I think those polls would be far more reflective and accurate.
Just because you asked, in Pennsylvania, looking up plancpills.org, Pennsylvania allows telehealth abortion pill access. You can consult a medical provider using a phone or computer and have an abortion pill kit mailed to your home without an in-person visit.
So the telehealth is like the doctor on Zoom, basically?
Yes, or by phone or computer.
Okay.
That's the law.
At around 7:30, about a half hour ago, we were discussing the ship crashing into the bridge. Who's going to pay for the reconstruction of that bridge? The federal government, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Biden says time to open up your piggy banks because the federal government will pay for the entire cost of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Cut 17, Phil, go.
and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland whatever they ask for. We're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge, and I expect the Congress to support my effort. This is going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt. You know.
All right, so taxpayers, get ready to pony up.
Here's my question for you guys. Isn't that, shouldn't it be the cargo ship company's responsibility to pay for some of this?
I would think so. They're the ones responsible, right?
Yes.
Whoever it was at the wheel of steel, so to speak, that, nodded off and wasn't doing his job.
Allegedly. So that's the big question. If, in fact, the investigation shows that they were negligent in any way, of course.
Yeah.
They should have to pay.
Why should the people have to pay for something they're not responsible for? It's an outrage.
Don't they have insurance?
Right?
Exactly.
and now that you've heard Joe say that they're going to move heaven and earth to get this thing done as quick as humanly possible, do we want to accelerate our timeline on when this thing will be finished? Because I've seen people that were saying anywhere from 1 year to 5 years and everywhere in between to finish this thing. This thing is not something that's going to just happen, like that.
It's an election year. They'll get it done.
Well, should we set an over-under on how long it takes?
I think it takes a year.
All right, so you're saying
year?
Yep.
I was going to go at least 18 months on the quick end. All right, you go.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I'll go over a year.
I just don't know how the shipping company bears no responsibility for this.
And what's the name of the company? Have we mentioned the name of the company?
They're
yes,
Singapore
Maersk. I said it yesterday. Maersk, Maersk.
Okay.
It's a Singapore company, right?
There's a Titanic. Yes, there's a Titanic law that legal sites are saying would help the ship owner limit the bridge collapse liability. It's an 1851 law that mostly caps the liability at the ship's value after the crash.
Wow.
So they could face hundreds of millions of dollars in damage claims, but at some point it would be capped.
And you said that's an 1851 law?
Yeah, from way back in the day.
It's the same year Joe and Francis Scott Key had a conversation.
By the way, speaking of that, 91 LSXer has a great point. The new renamed George Floyd Bridge will open in 2025. Now that I'm sure Francis Scott Key is some sort of colonial racist or something.
Oh, of course.
Writing the Star Spangled Banner.
So I'm sure that the new bridge will be renamed for somebody else.
Yes, that's correct.
I would just
in the name of inclusion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. By the way, Francis Scott Key was born in 1779 in Frederick County, Maryland, and he passed away in Baltimore in 1843 at the age of 63.
Wow.
That's about the same age I'll go.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Stop.
That's your future, buddy.
Yeah, there we go.
Joe Biden in that speech yesterday also claimed to have taken the train over the Francis Scott Key Bridge many times.
The train over the bridge?
Yeah, there's no train. It's like, what? Nor would you take that bridge to go. Anyway,
cut 6.
At about 1:30, container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware, either on a train or by car.
He did. Remember when he came here to Philadelphia and what was it, the fire? He always has to make it about himself.
I know. Yep.
I hate people that do that, especially in the face of tragedy or death. Like, there's nothing worse than when somebody passes away that's famous and you find out about it on social media, and then somebody makes a post talking about that person's death, and they make it about their story and their interaction with that person to prove and validate their existence. I hate people that do that.
Or when people, like when famous people pass away, and then you go on social media and everybody posts pictures of themselves with said individual, like you knew them and you didn't just pay $35 or whatever for that photo.
Well, remember some of the Gold Star families in Dover were outraged.
Yeah.
Remember when he's looking at his watch and and then came up to them and said, "Oh yeah, Jill and I, we lost a son." And they're like, "No, you got to say goodbye to your son. He died of cancer."
Yeah.
The NTSB chair, Jennifer Homendy, spoke yesterday, and she said that it's too early to tell if the ship had power failure or not. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
Sure. Given, obviously, the search and rescue effort is the main focus right now, handled by the U.S. Coast Guard, but the Key Bridge being such a major thoroughfare for the city and for our commerce, for our entire country, not to mention the waterways being shut down, is there any sense of urgency to get this cleaned up faster, or what exactly is the priority beyond just the search and rescue?
There's a question on what's the priority beyond the search and rescue. We don't, certainly investigations are a priority. Certainly environmental considerations are a priority, and so is traffic and getting, cargo vessels in and out of the port of Baltimore. It's not the NTSB's priority. We have a number of organizations, including the Department of Transportation, Maryland Department of Transportation, the governor, that's doing a lot of work on that. But this is right now it's about people. It's about families and addressing the needs of those that were impacted. That's the focus. I don't think anybody in that room right now at the command post is thinking about what are the next steps to get things cleaned up. They're working to figure out who was impacted, if anyone was impacted, and how do we address that, because that is and should be the priority always.
Eric Rosales with EWTN News Nightly. You talked a little bit about the families, and you talked a little bit about the rescue effort that's taking place. Have we confirmed that there were any more than just the 6 construction workers that were on the bridge itself? Were there any more possible other cars, other drivers on the bridge?
So there's a lot of question is on have we been able to confirm information on the number of cars on the bridge, the number of workers on the bridge. There are a lot of numbers that we've heard back and forth. We need to verify that. The search team is doing that now. That's not for the NTSB.
That's a great question, though.
What's that?
The fact that at 1:30 in the morning, you're not going to have a high volume of cars, especially if there's a construction crew doing work there. But you would think it's a pretty major port, major road. You would think that there would be more than what they're alleging.
Right. What reportedly went into the water for sure.
Yeah.
Now, is there conflicting reports on the barge losing power? Because I thought that
there was a mayday call. Yeah, there was a mayday call.
Okay.
So you see the video. You see all the lights go off.
Yeah, the boat goes dark.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. But I guess they don't want to confirm that until they have full proof, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, they're literally doing like a slow-mo video on Fox right now where you can see, like, they zoom in on the boat, and it looks like almost all of the lights are out. It just looks like a dark, because you can see all the lights in the background on the other side of the bank of the river. You can see it all lit up, and you just see this black shadow go into the bridge.
But according to, and I think that that's just like a CYA thing, that they don't want to say that yet until they have 100% proof from the black box or whatever that the ship actually did. But yeah, there are, I mean, I read a report this morning that they were all, there were mayday calls. So obviously there was some sort of power failure.
So a local pilot, because you had 2 pilots, so per their protocols, a local pilot, they're reporting, was at the helm of the ship at the time this happened. I thought initially, at some point, I thought they said the local pilot had done their preliminary job, and that there was a switch off happening. But they're saying at the time of the crash, the local pilot was still there at the helm of the ship, because they have all these protocols. That's what we've been talking about, the certain protocols.
Yeah, the governor of Maryland is live right now, and he's saying that there have been no bodies recovered yet.
They're also saying that of those 6 unaccounted for, the workers were from Guatemala and El Salvador, immigrants.
Okay. Oh wow, really?
Mm-hmm. Who were here, and they're naming one of the gentlemen Mr. Luna is the last name. So he was well known in the Hispanic community, has a wife and 3 kids, etc. So I just wanted to mention that as they are now starting to name those 6 construction workers.
Okay.
Joe Biden also said yesterday, this is Cut 9, Phil, he said yesterday that he does plan to go to Baltimore as quickly as he can.
Right, quicker than East Palestine, for sure.
Cut 9, Phil, go.
You plan to go to Baltimore, sir, and if so, how quickly?
I do, and as quickly as I can. That's what
You said that.
There you go.
As quickly as I can, I'm going to shuffle off across the lawn, get in Air Force One, and I'll be there. I'll be there before Easter.
Well, I think it depends on the voting district of that area and if they vote blue or not.
Oh, well,
because if
got a little bit of history with that, right?
Knowing Baltimore, that's
very blue,
super
very
progressive.
Blue. I was just going to say that. So,
yeah,
I don't foresee that. I do actually see him going there more quickly than East Palestine, Ohio. Going to Cut 15, let's move on to the Ronna McDaniel NBC fiasco that we talked a lot about in the 6 o'clock hour. As we predicted yesterday, she was ousted at NBC News after severe backlash from their hosts on MSNBC and Kristen Welker and Chuck Todd on Meet the Press. So it's both. So Rachel Maddow came on Joy Reid's program last night to discuss NBC News rescinding Ronna McDaniel's contract, and this is how that discussion went. Cut 15, Phil, go.
Our chairman of the NBC Universal News Group, Cesar Conde, who we both know very well, he sent a memo that we all got as employees here, rescinding the hiring of Ronna Romney McDaniel. And I know I felt very strongly about it. I know you felt very strongly about it. I think everyone from 4 o'clock on, from Nicole all the way to midnight, we all felt very strongly and said so on our respective shows yesterday. And I just have to say, when somebody does the right thing, I feel like it should be acknowledged as publicly as we acknowledged our outrage. And so I know how I feel about it. I am grateful to Cesar for actually making the right decision. I think it was the right decision, but I want to get your take as well.
Oh, well, thank you for asking me about it. I still feel like I still feel like a little. It always feels wrong to talk about things, in the company as if it's news, and it's just this. It's not the way either you or I are wired. I know, but I will just say that journalists.
Yeah, can we pause that real quick? I can't wait. It's a great point, though. It's not our style to publicly air out company personnel decisions on the air, but you know what? We're going to do it in this case. And it's so nice of Maddow. That was a Tuesday. She only works Monday.
Hey.
Did Joy have to, pony up a little cash to book her for a second day of work?
Well, that's a green screen behind her, so she's clearly
from her estate.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you can continue then.
Sorry. More from this, Phil, go.
Our big company with all sorts of different journalistic entities. You have all sorts of different people working in this business, doing all sorts of different kinds of work. And to see the essentially unanimous feeling among all the journalists in this building and all the sort of senior staff and all the producers and everybody in this building about this was one thing. But then to see the executives and the leadership hear that and respond to it and be willing to change course based on their respect for us and hearing what we argued, I have deep respect for that. I mean what I said on the air last night on my show, that I think that acknowledging that you might have gotten something wrong is a real sign of strength, a real show of strength. And I think it's a show of strength, and I think it's a show of respect for the people who work at this company and who make us who we are. That leadership was willing to change on this, and I'm grateful to them. It's not about hiring a Republican. It's not even about hiring somebody who has Trump ties. This was a really specific case because of Ms. McDaniel's and her involvement in the election interference stuff. And I'm grateful that our leadership was willing to do the bold, strong, resilient thing.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be using her name because she's a witness in the Michigan electors case. I mean, it's less awkward to have to say, and by the way, this person works for NBC News. Right? We're glad we don't have to do that. Rachel Maddow, it's always a
The beacons of journalistic integrity. Remember, never forget that Joy Reid lied about her blog being hacked so she could save her job. Rachel Maddow has been throwing around Trump and Russia lies for years, but they want to tell you who should be on their network that has allegedly peddled lies in the past. One of the things I love about democracy is dialogue, discussion, discourse, debate. I think that's crucial to democracy. You can't be the network that claims democracy is under attack and then stifle opposing viewpoints and not carry live press conferences of the Republican nominee. Like, they talk about democracy being under attack, yet it's that far left-wing faction that seems to be the one really risking it all, right? Remove Trump from ballots. That's not what we do in this country. They're a disgrace. I'm sorry.
Moving on to cut 14. This is what Dawn and I started off at 6:02 discussing this morning. Hugh Hewitt claiming that NBC News engaged in his, quote, infliction of mental distress by firing Ronna McDaniel. So the question is about her contract and allegedly and what she's owed, if she can sue for damages. So allegedly, according to a report I read, she had a 2-year, and it's in cable news, this actually isn't a ton of money, because I had seen numbers of like $3 million. It wasn't that at all. A 2-year, $300,000 a year contract.
Okay.
So she's owed $600,000.
Right. And she's going to get $300,000 a year to probably do an hour of work a week as a contributor for 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, 20 minutes there.
It's
a good life.
If they gave her that contract and they agreed to these terms and she signed it, then she is owed all of that money.
Yep.
There's no question in my mind that. Now, can she sue? Because apparently she has obtained Brian Friedman. He's the renowned lawyer to the estranged cable news star to, I guess, seek damages.
Mm-hmm.
This was Hugh Hewitt explaining that on Fox News yesterday. Cut 14, Phil, go.
All right, Hugh, you used to be over there. How about this thing?
Well, Ronna is a friend, and I did work for NBC, and in November I worked with Caesar and Rebecca and the whole team. I've never seen anything this brutal since I got started in media in 1990. Ronna is going to sue everyone who defamed her for breach of contract, for intentional infliction of mental distress. They are going to sue for the destruction of her business opportunities that come from being on TV. I think they made a terrible decision, and they allowed the MSNBC bleed to take over their network, and the cult has taken over the news division, and it's going to hurt the 74 million people who voted for Donald Trump are not going to watch NBC News.
Juan, what about that? I mean, all of these talent rising up and saying that she specifically, because she said what she said about the 2020 election, even though she addressed it on Meet the Press, shouldn't be heard on NBC.
You know, I'm puzzled by it in the sense that why don't you just have her on and ask her the tough questions, right? Ask her, what about the 2020 election? What about January 6th? What about being forced out by Trump as head of the party, or paying legal bills, having the party pay? Ask the tough questions.
And it would be a unique perspective or a prism by which maybe their viewers don't see.
That's what I think. Now, let me just say, I understand the concern about the brand, that she doesn't fit with the brand, but I'm sitting here on Fox News. I don't necessarily fit with the brand. But you guys have people like me
fit
around.
on our brand.
Thank you, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, and Fox has been known for having people like Harold Ford or Jessica Tarlov, Democrats and liberals on to give the counterpoint and also be the punching bag to Jesse Waters. But two quick things. Number one, I think Hugh Hewitt makes a very good point about the other business opportunities because, yeah, she's making $300,000 to be on NBC, but there's a lot of additional other opportunities that would come her way being on that platform. So that's a way that you attack it in a court of law as far as compensating for damages. The only thing I disagree with Hugh Hewitt on is you're hurting the 74 million who voted for Trump. My guess is hardly any, if any at all, Trump supporters watch NBC because they know it's fake news. They hate it. They go, it's slanted. There's no doubt about it, and Trump talks about it all the time. So I don't think there are many Republican Trump supporters out there that watch it. I think the only time they get any audio or video from NBC is when they're listening to us on the cut sheet, is my guess.
I think they watch things like the Today Show or Primetime. I seriously think after this, now you know what, not just MSNBC, because I think people usually separate those out.
Mm-hmm.
But now I think you're going to see people say, oh, really? That's what this whole network, that's how they see other people who might vote independent or Republican. That's how they see us. That's how they judge us. Click.
Does it trickle? So let's take this a step further. Does it trickle down further to NBC programming as far as a boycott coming of anybody that maybe watched an entertainment show on NBC, a sitcom, a soap opera, a sporting event? NBC carries far more than just news and politics. Is there a trickle-down effect all the way to different genres of media consumption?
I think it could.
I want to hone in on what Hugh Hewitt was saying about the suing for defamation and for infliction of mental distress. I mean, she can do that, but she's not going to win.
Yeah, I think the mental distress is hard to like.
She is owed. Let me just say this again: if she entered into a contract with them, she is owed every penny that they promised her. That period,
Greg,
full stop. But to sue for like damages or
Greg,
come on,
think about discovery. So you think about the brand and think about the fact that if you're Rana and you have your legal team now, you send everybody notices. Rachel, Rach, who love to preach about, all the conspiracy theory, the Mueller probe, Hillary, Steele dossier. We could go on and on with the Hunter Biden laptop story. Wasn't a story, but it was.
Yep.
All that crud. So now we the attorneys, they're going to send it to Rach. They're going to send it to Mika. They're going to send it to every one of those individuals. Joy, all of them. They'll be part of the discovery process. What does that mean? Embarrassing texts back and forth. What were these little whiners? I mean, this is going to be rich. It all comes out publicly. And think about that. No network wants, and these individuals, look at what they're saying on the air. You can only imagine what they're texting one another.
Oh, they probably colluded together to get her ousted.
But think about the content of that and what else are they saying. So now it becomes this huge, because there's always something else that comes out. And that's why Fox, a network do not want all the secrets and all the craziness to come out about all of their top talent.
Yeah.
So that's Chuck Todd included, Kristen Welker, all of them. They're going to, where does that lead? And so they're going to want to stop that bleeding. She's going to get a big fat check to shut that down because they are entitled to discovery, and they're going to say freeze all of your information, your phone, your texts, your laptop, everything. I'm surprised we haven't heard about it already because they want to get that information.
At the end of the day, however this plays out legally and financially, like Ronna McDaniel's life was good before this. Ronna McDaniel's life will be good after this. She's not going to ever struggle. She's well compensated. She makes good money. She's made good money. She'll be just fine. The thing that ticks me off is just the hypocrisy of this diversity, equity, and inclusion mindset and mantra we live by. And MSNBC just goes to show you how fraudulent it is, because MSNBC wants every one of their hosts to look different, right? Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow, Mehdi Hassan. They want diversity in appearance. They do not want diversity in thought. They want 35 people on that network, and everybody's going to identify differently, but we're all going to puppet and utter the same garbage.
I am, first of all the NBC executives who entered into that contract and then immediately had to rescind it should be fired. They won't be, but they should be.
It's terrible management.
Because it's terrible management. I have no problem. Let me repeat that again. I have no problem with them hiring Ronna McDaniel. But you don't offer somebody a contract like that, see this uprising from your quote-unquote talent, and then say, well, sorry, we made a mistake, $600,000 down the drain.
It's classic cancel culture. It's having conviction and a belief to say or do something, and then because people don't agree with it, you backpedal and reverse course. It would be the equivalent. You know what this would be like? This would be like 20 years from now. Nick Kayal says, you know what? I've had my fill of doing news and talk. I want to do sports again. And the sports station down the hall hired me. And then all of a sudden social media blew up and said, wait a minute, the sports station is putting on a MAGA conservative Trump lover? I'll never listen again. And then they fired me before I ever did my first show. Wow, I didn't think the blowback would be that bad. This is cowardice. Stand by your decision. You guys viewed her as an asset and a talent, and you allowed all of your bigwig talent to make you go completely in the opposite direction. You look weak.
By the way, your chances of ever doing sports radio from being on this radio station are slimming.
Good.
I'm just telling you.
I can't take it anymore.
The reason why you put your whole stock into
all my eggs are in the basket.
Yeah, they don't want any sort of controversy on sports talk stations, let alone somebody who
can't be a Republican on sports talk.
MAGA conservative like yourself. That ship has sailed, my friend.
Yeah, but that's the pathetic aspect of all of this. Like, this is 2024, and we still, and I don't know, I swear I don't know when the pendulum will ever swing back. Maybe it'll be once Trump's out of the political arena, but if the MAGA movement and getting away from the classic rhino approach sticks around in the post-Trump era, I don't anticipate this ever changing.
Yeah.
They are going to be a one-way street. They will only, and that's the worst part of all of this. Ronna McDaniel's not MAGA. They didn't hire Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's Mitt Romney's daughter, for God's sakes.
But she's a threat to democracy. And clearly, look, Ronna McDaniel, whether you love or hate her, whatever, she's a smart woman, and she would have presented a unique perspective.
So will they not hire Kevin McCarthy? Is Kevin McCarthy off limits? If NBC wanted to bring him in as a contributor,
anybody who will not, so anybody who is a never Trumper, anybody who will condemn Trump,
so you have
is
to be
fine.
You have to be Chris Christie. That's pretty much the bar.
You have to be a never Trumper.
Okay.
So because they're saying so she never denounced Trump, and therefore they're saying she's a conspiracy theorist. She is a J6, a danger to democracy. All of that. That's what they had the problem with.
We should create a list of hirables at NBC. I've got Chris Christie and Mike Pence. Anybody want to throw in another name that would be deemed worthy of working for the Peacock
I don't
network?
see Mike Pence on there.
Oh, I do.
No.
Because he wouldn't endorse Trump. I think they'd bring him on in a heartbeat.
One of Mike Pence's, somebody on his campaign they hired as a pundit.
Yep.
Because that person's a never Trumper. But for Cesar Conde, as I said earlier, University of Pennsylvania Wharton School grad, by all accounts, a nice guy, but he was neutered. That's what they did. For him to apologize, the NBC News brand especially takes a hit on this.
I agree.
Well, Nikki Haley, to my knowledge, has not endorsed Donald Trump yet. Do you think NBC would hire Nikki Haley?
100%. 100%.
I do too.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre abruptly hung up on Charlotte's WBT news director Mark Garrison during a talk radio interview on Tuesday. Excuse me. Garrison irked Jean-Pierre by asking, "When I told a number of people that I was talking to you today, it was interesting though. They all said, 'Would you please just ask her? Does the president have dementia?' And so before I move on from it, does he?" That was the questioning from Mark Garrison, the WBT news director. This is how it sounded. Cut 3, Phil, go.
When I told a number of people that I was talking to you today, it was interesting, though. They all said, "Would you please just ask her, does the president have dementia?" And so before I move on from that, does he?
Mark, I can't even believe you're asking me this question. That is an incredibly offensive question to ask.
But you know people ask it.
Wait, no. You, Mark, you're taking us down this rabbit hole. Let me be very clear about this. For the past several years, the president's physician has laid out in a comprehensive way the president's health. This is a president, if you watch him every day, if you really pay attention to his record and what he has done, you will see exactly how focused he's been on the American people, how historic his actions has been. And so I'm not even going to truly really, take the premise of your question. I think it is incredibly insulting, and so we can move on to the next question.
Gas prices and grocery prices, then. Big topics here in North Carolina. How does Mr. Biden win votes when people don't have as much disposable income?
Look, the president understands. He grew up in a middle-class family, working-class family in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He gets it. He understands how difficult it is for Americans who are sitting around their kitchen table every month trying to figure out what they're going to pay for. You have to remember when the president walked into this administration, there were multiple crises happening. There was COVID. There was the economy was in the tailspin because of the last administration, because of what the President Trump left us with. Now you're asking me about gas prices. The president took action on gas prices. Let's not forget Russia's invasion on Ukraine skyrocketed prices of gas. And because the president took action, we are in a different place than we were a year ago on gas prices. Eggs, milk, seafood products, all the important groceries, those costs have gone down because of what this president has been able to do. And with that, thank you so much, Mark. Have an amazing, amazing day.
Wow. Wow.
And she hung up.
Wow. I mean, Mark, listen, I am nominating you to get a press corps badge, and you need to go to the...
All right, so there you go. Karine Jean-Pierre in Charlotte with WBT. It's actually the flagship station of the Carolina Panthers. They're a news talk station, but I don't think they do the same type of news talk we do at 1210. I would think it's more like KYW down the hall. So you have to imagine this is to me where, again, you can't be offended based on the venue or the arena you're walking into. Like, I don't care that he asked, does Joe have dementia? We all see it. Now, maybe he could have said cognitive decline or something less polarizing or stigmatizing as dementia, but we all see it. So I'm actually going to give that guy credit for asking the question, and she could have handled that 5 different ways, all of which would have been better than that. And then hanging up. Now, you said they inserted the dial tone audio, or that was...
I read that
okay.
they edited that in for effect.
Okay. The binder. I would argue having the binder on, regardless of format, left or right, would be a bad radio interview, but...
yeah, she was not happy with that question, that line of questioning, but... Hey.
Yeah, she treated him like it was like he was Peter Ducey at the podium.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Not happy.
No, not at all.
Let's break it and get Tony in here.
All right. Coming up next, we will go to the great state of Florida. Tony Bruno is standing by, and we will talk with Tony B as we do every Wednesday here on Kayal and Company on all the issues that matter to you, including what's going on with opening day tomorrow. I'm sure Bruno will give us a little Harry Callis on the other side. But first, I'm going to give you a little Piazza Auto Group. Just over 6 weeks ago, we dropped the debut episode on social media of Kale Pool Karaoke, and that was with the great Patrick Murphy, who you saw and heard at Radiothon on Friday. And also, we filmed that in a 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. Love this vehicle. If you like the rugged terrain of a full-sized SUV with all the bells and whistles, all the amenities, this is the one for you. It features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, wireless Apple CarPlay, so when the kids get in there with all their devices and electronics and tablets, they are hooked up. And also, it's great for you. It's great for your wife. 3rd-row seating comes standard with the 2024 Pilot Trail Sport. And you can check out all the different renditions of this awesome SUV at one of their 5 locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop all the inventory online, piazzaautogroup.com.
With so much rain in the forecast, you're looking at the house. What about the siding? What about the windows? Getting ready for spring and summer. Now is a great time to assess your home. And whether or not you want to call my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've done beautiful work on my home, certainly making my home more lovely as well as more energy efficient. And you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. But they're also great for siding and stucco remediation. I would trust nobody else with this investment in your home. It's so important. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding or maybe removing your stucco right now and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman and think James Hardy plank. Wow. Talk about pop. Talk about curb appeal or vinyl siding. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers are going to value that updated new siding, especially that James Hardy plank or vinyl siding. And now's a great time to get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project for this spring, this summer, upcoming. These certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on the job. So think Chapman when you think about windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, stucco remediation. You can call them or text. They're listening right now, like-minded and local. Chester County, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. Check them out online. Take that virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news, brought to you by BetterHelp. There was a past shift away from vocational education across America. The good news is today, there is a renewed priority to ensure educational experience in the nation's public schools includes vocational and technological education. Knowing how to use your hands and your brain is important. What's the first thing you'll do if you have more time in the day? Nap, read, talk with a friend? Knowing what's important to you is easy to fit it into your schedule. Therapy can help you figure that out. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news to get 10% off of your first month. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal Company, 8:33 as we continue live on this Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube as we head down to the great state of Florida, where our man Tony Bruno is standing by for his weekly appearance, ready for baseball action. Hello, Tony Bruno.
There's the 2-2 to Mickey Morandini. Swing and drive, watch that, baby. That ball is wet because it's going to rain on opening day at Citizens Bank Park. Luckily, they have the off day Friday, so I haven't checked the latest weather. What are they saying? Because I heard, there's a storm coming up the coast, and it's supposed to be there tomorrow, right? So the likelihood, from what I've read earlier this week, is that they may have to postpone till Friday, but I don't know. You guys are live, local, and late breaking. My Doppler went down last night, and I had to call my doctor. Whenever your Doppler goes down, you got to call your doctor.
Or get Blue Chew.
Yeah,
I'm getting a call into Karine Jean-Pierre. She said she would do an interview with me, only if I did the interview here on Nick Kayal and Company. And I don't. Has she picked up the phone yet? Try calling her back.
She's actually going to.
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
I don't think she's picking up the phone.
I don't think she is either.
She's trying to figure out the new name for the bridge formerly known as the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
Right.
Because we're going to now rebuild it with our tax dollars, even though that ship and the people who run that ship and the people who fund the ship are the ones who have insurance on the ship and whatever happens to it. So now all of a sudden we're paying for taxpayers are paying to rebuild that ship. And I'm a certified Coast Guard certified. I'm not a big ship expert, but when I lived in dockside, I would see those monster cargo ships come right up the Delaware River.
Yep.
And they are humongous. When you realize how big and how heavy they are, and it's amazing that they get through under the bridges here in Philadelphia. They get under the Ben Franklin, the Walt Whitman. I don't think they make it to the Tacony, but before then, and they could because they opened the bridge. So this stuff happens every day as far as moving these big container ships. But that situation, so sad. And I've been over that bridge because my kids, my oldest son and my daughter live in Maryland. So I know it. Unlike Joe Biden, I didn't take a train over that bridge because there are no train tracks on that bridge. So I at least knew. Yeah, I at least knew there were no train tracks on the Francis Scott Key Bridge. So
exactly,
what are the chances that when they rebuild it, it will still be named the Francis Scott Key Bridge?
No, Gregory named it. It's the George Floyd Bridge.
Well, it could be. I mean, it depends. It depends on what's happening that particular time.
Exactly right. Tony Bruno live with us from Florida. So, Tony, I got to get your thoughts on this media debacle. NBC and MSNBC hire Ronna McDaniel and then effectively cancel her before she ever appears because all of the high-priced talent were in cahoots and said this is beneath us. Your thoughts on this media malpractice?
It's embarrassing. I mean, listen, you don't need me to tell you how pathetic NBC News is. I mean, remember, they're talking about election deniers. Hillary Clinton, when she lost to Trump in 2016, is still denying the election. Even though she conceded, she still is an election denier. She's still crying about it. And by the way, didn't NBC News hire her daughter and give her a contract back after she lost the 2016 election and put her on the air? This is a network that has Al Sharpton on the air, all right? So you're going to preach to people about putting on characters who have a bad, sordid past? I mean, Reverend Al has been involved as a spy for the government. You talk about fake news. This guy floated conspiracy theories. He had people destroyed. He had lives destroyed. The Tawana Brawley. Why can't I say her name? Just look at his background and tell me that he's qualified to be giving political analysis anywhere on earth.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. I mean, and the fact that you see all these people, and if what's her face's neck gets any longer, she's going to be the new face of Toys R Us. I mean, Rachel Maddow is going to be the new Jeffrey.
She is like a giraffe,
really
isn't
angry.
she?
You see how long her neck gets?
I never thought about that until
her neck. It's like go gadget, neck long.
By the way,
her neck. Seriously, I've never seen anybody with a longer neck, including former NFL defensive back. Remember the guy?
Merton Hanks.
Merton Hanks, that's
Yeah.
great. Former 49er.
He had the longest neck of all time.
Long neck.
Yep.
Merton Hanks, that's great Merton Hanks knowledge, Jake. That's why your sports and political knowledge melded into one is what makes this show the greatest show in the history of morning radio.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking of shows that are doing very well, the Tony Bruno show at weekdays from 3 to 6 is doing incredibly well. So when is the Tony Bruno Sports Network app going to go public, and when are you going to cash in on your shares like Trump is going to do with Truth Social?
Well, I've been following. I logged into NASDAQ to check this ticker this morning. So we have like traffic, weather, information, baseball, NBC News, all of these things wrapped into one segment here.
That's right.
And the at this hour, Donald Trump, the shares of Trump Media and Technology, DJT.0, up 11% in pre-market trading a day after the start. So remember, it went all the way up yesterday to like $79.38. Right now, and that's what a lot of these sharps, we're talking gambling, the sharps jumped in early.
Yep.
It went up to $79.38. It's now at $64.37 per. And so if you bought it and it got up to like almost $80 and you sold and you had like 10,000 shares, I'm not good at math. How much profit did you take if you just bought it and then dumped it a day later from 79 to 64? Let's see, that's $15 a share?
Yep.
About approximately,
Times
right?
10,000.
Times that, what's that, 15 grand?
Would be 15 grand. It's a nice little penny you turn in one day.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Then,
That's
of
when I
course,
was
you have to pay
advising all my
capital
clients
gains on that,
Yeah, I was
and then you'll
advising
get a
all my clients that
1099.
yesterday, Tone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
8.9 million signups, I guess. I'm reading there from NASDAQ, so this isn't me making stuff up. I'm actually reading from the NASDAQ site because we don't rely on fake news here. This isn't NBC News.
Yeah, what do you think this is, Jim Cramer?
Exactly
Ridiculous,
right.
man.
Well, he does have sound effects. I got to give Jim Cramer this. Nobody was using drop-ins on financial shows.
It's a great point.
I mean, he uses drops like I use drops.
It's
You
true.
know what I'm saying?
It's true.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah, he's really good. Biden said, Jim, don't hit those things anymore, okay? No, keep hitting the sound effects. Sell. Buy. I wonder how many shares of Donald Trump's Truth Social Nancy Pelosi and her husband have bought. All these insider traders in Congress, right? All these congressional people. Tommy Tuberville, the Republican guy in Alabama, he apparently bought a ton of stock and then dumped it. You think these people are not savvy when it comes to taking advantage of, and it's not even insider information, although a lot of them do have it. How are they such good stockbrokers?
Well,
if I'm Nancy Pelosi, I'm retiring and I'm having my own show on CNBC or Fox Business.
Exactly. I asked Nancy that question yesterday. Here was her answer.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
Okay.
It sounds like her teeth are moving in
It
that
does.
clip.
They
Can
are.
you play that
Absolutely
again?
does, yeah.
Those are dentures, I think, Tone. Let me check.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
This show is devolving into a high school podcast. All right, Tony, let's get it back to Trump.
Let's get it back to Trump. What about Trump?
So,
what about the guy?
Did you troll Letitia James on Twitter? Because you remember when she got the ruling and the judgment, and Judge Arthur Engomoron said, yeah, it's going to be $454 million. Remember, Letitia went to her personal Twitter feed and tweeted out the amount that Trump owes. I don't know. I think that should be flagged as community notes because now it got reduced to $175 million, which is actually a big victory for Trump earlier this week on Monday.
Hey, listen, no, we can follow this stuff, and it's almost comical now what's going on in the political world. I mean, now I saw the clip. It was President Obama, Joe Biden, and Nancy Pelosi. Remember the three-shot of them talking, and Joe was talking about bleach and all the other stuff. I mean, they're coming full tilt at Trump now. And the fact that people still, they know that Trump lies, and they know that everybody in media lies for one party or the other, but it's mostly the one party that gets lied about. And they're all upset about hirings and firings. And all of a sudden now, you know, they're worried about nobody's fact-checking President Obama, who says that the Obamacare is great and it's getting better than ever. And everybody that I know that has it's Medicaid. Because when I was out of work, I didn't have any insurance, and my only option at the time was to sign up for the ACA. So I looked it up, and again, I'm single at the point. So I'm single. I'm trying to find insurance to keep me covered, and I looked at it online once I got into the website that wasn't working, and then I found out that it was going to cost me like $1,200 a month for myself. So you know what I did? I did not have any insurance for over a year until I turned eligible to start collecting Medicare, because Medicare is what they all want for all, right? Medicaid is what Obamacare, the ACA, is. And Medicaid, I found out, they don't take new clients, they don't take new patients. So when you get one of these really expensive, high deductible insurance policies through the government, it destroyed a lot of people. They were talking about how everything was going to come down. If you liked your doctor, I liked my doctor, I couldn't keep my doctor. I liked, if you like your plan that you had, you can keep your plan. All lies, provable lies. And now all of a sudden he's out there pimping it again to try to prop up Biden in the election. And so it's okay when some people lie, but when other people lie, oh, we can't allow that person to even be heard on our network. It's insane. It's insane. And this is just going to keep going on day after day after day. So I try not to pay attention to it. That's what I do. The only way to do it is just not watch any television news, except, clips of The View so we can laugh at those morons.
Well said. Tony Bruno with us from Florida. As you can tell if you're watching on YouTube, he's ready for opening day tomorrow. Red eyeglasses, blue T-shirt. Is that Kenny or Krasner on that
That's my
shirt?
Jim Kenny tribute shirt.
There's his Jim Kenny tribute
because
shirt.
As things are happening with SEPTA every day, and Now you see the Market Frankfurt line. There were people having sex in an elevator there. I mean, if you think SEPTA is in good shape right now, then you can thank this guy right here. This is the man who, for the last 8 years, helped Philadelphia become what it is today, the city that I love, my hometown, but a man whose practices and policies and pandering has led to the degradation of many neighborhoods. He didn't start the K&A thing, but he didn't help it. He wanted to put a safe injection site in South Philly right around the corner from where I lived, off of Broad and Mifflin. So this guy was the worst mayor because he was taking orders, and he's not even senile, and he was taking orders from the Obama administration people that he hired and were giving him control from Washington, D.C. So if you don't think that this is corrupt, if you don't think Jim Kenney was just a stooge, if you think Larry Krasner is a good DA, then you need to have your head examined.
I agree.
I have family in Philly, so I think about them every day, and I think about my friends there. I don't want to see Philly fail. I don't want to see SEPTA becoming a place where you can't go anymore for the most part. I mean, every single day they send out more unavailable. This line's not working. It's an operator error. There's not enough people showing up for work. There's people having sex inside an elevator at the Market Frankfurt Hunting Park, wherever stop it was. There's video all over the internet today of people having sex in elevators on the Market Frankfurt line. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And they're waiting for $300 million federal dollars so they can get a couple new subway cars in there. It's just, and the woman in charge, these are the people you blame. You don't blame the employees. You don't blame the passengers. You blame that Leslie Richards woman who makes like $500,000 a year and never fixes anything in her administration.
Tony Bruno, fired up. All right, let's get to some baseball as we wind things down here.
Baseball action.
Phillies
Let me
and
open
Braves.
up a cold beer here
Yeah,
first.
you got
Let's
a
get
cold
the first
one?
beer open.
All right.
Let me pour one out from
Tony and Robin were out doing a little long toss in the yard. Bruno's got it. Bruno's got it up to about 93 on the radar gun. All right,
Yep.
So Braves Phillies.
I got a baseball. I got a softball in my first baseman's mitt, and you put the neat foot oil in there.
Yep,
you ever do that when you
put the
buy a new
rubber
glove?
band.
You put the rubber band, you rub the neat foot oil in neat. Is it neat's foot or neat foot oil?
Neat foot.
You put that oil in there.
That's how you break
and then
it
you
in.
Put the ball inside, and then you tape it up.
Yep.
Don't put duct tape on it though, because your glove will be nasty. You won't be able to see the beautiful logo on there.
Exactly.
And then you just go out and you get ready, because they're all gone from Florida now. They all left. I'm still here, but baseball in earnest. And by the way, who is Shohei Ohtani's interpreter have for opening day tomorrow?
That's a great question.
I want to know who he likes.
Can Stalker pull up the Anaheim? No, it's the Los Angeles Dodgers. I need I need the run total for that game for Ohtani's interpreter. By the way, are you buying that at all? That Ohtani had no idea that his interpreter was stealing and gambling millions of dollars? How is that possible?
And again, when the weird thing is like the L.A. media, and I saw this, the Dodger media. Listen, we know local media in many markets, a lot of them are homers. They want, listen, everybody's rooting for Ohtani. I said 2 weeks ago, this guy's going to be the hottest selling ticket in baseball. He's the new face of Major League Baseball, right?
Yep.
Everybody's going to want to see him. Even the Dodger haters want to see this guy. He is a marquee guy in baseball. So nobody's rooting for this guy to fail. I mean, even Giant fans and rivals of the Dodgers aren't saying, oh, this guy's a bad guy. Nobody wants to see him fail. I mean, even Pete Rose was joking. I heard you said jerking. He was joking.
Hey, he might have been.
About if he had an interpreter back in the 70s, none of this would have happened to him. Unfortunately, his interpreter was Guido in South Philly taking the numbers for him when he was with the Phillies, and he would call him in the locker room and say, yo, Guido, I'm a little light tonight. Can you give me a parlay? Give me the Pirates and give me the Phillies. I think Tug McGraw is going to go out there and really nail down a World Series win for him by striking out Willie Wilson. I mean, so listen, these guys gambled. There's gambling going on everywhere in sports. You got NBA players now being suspended for prop bets. And here's the worst part of this, guys, is that baseball and football, these sports all hated gambling, right? Now they can't throw enough money at every sports league. Every sports league. Listen, I'm for legalized gambling because you have to have the money up front and you have to have it in an account before you can bet.
Mm-hmm.
And so the betting thing is just completely out of control. We've had officials in the past, Tim Donaghy, Philly guy, involved in gambling scandals. We had the Boston College point shaving scandal. And now where you can bet in actual arenas like in Cleveland, you got disgruntled fans screaming at coaches and threatening them for taking somebody out because they wanted the over and they needed one more basketball, one more score so them to hit. So there's a lot of people who are troubled, and that's why they say, and I know the one line that you have to say every day there. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Exactly.
And a lot of people don't.
Yep.
And a lot of people who bet illegally, like obviously the interpreter for Shohei Ohtani, this guy was betting illegally because there's no legal gambling. And so I don't think Ohtani's going to get in trouble because they want to protect him. I get that. But they had 5 days since the story broke last week to sit around and say, okay, which are we going to go door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3? And they went door number 3, which was, I didn't know, he was my friend and he was my blah, 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 but I had no idea he was taking $3.5 million out. So they threw him under the bus. He's now with P. Diddy on a Gulf Stream going down to the Caribbean for a couple of weeks, and nobody will see or hear from this guy again. So I don't. Does he have to file a W-2 or does he have to file income tax for $4.5 million in gambling losses?
I think you do.
Because if you owe somebody $4.5 million, that means you lost money.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
If he was collecting money from a bookie, he wouldn't have to take $4.5 million, which the claim is that this guy took the money. And I'm seeing all these L.A. reporters like, hey, a lot of wild players. What players? I don't know any athlete's agent, lawyer, or confidant who has access to a bank account in which they can go take $3.5, $4 million, $8.5, whatever it was, $4.5 million out without the guy who has the account even knowing about it. That's the part that smells bad. If it makes sense. Do I think Ohtani's a degenerate gambler? No, he doesn't have to be.
No.
I don't know if he was betting in Japan. Do they have legal betting in there?
Well,
I know in the Korean League we did. That's all we had to bet during the pandemic, remember? ESPN was showing Korean League baseball games when there was no baseball in 2020.
Yeah, I was betting that at 2 in the morning when I was wide awake.
I was just going to say that as you written all over it.
Absolutely. Who did you like? Which one of the...
I took Korea minus 1.5. Hey, this is why they have banned sports betting for athletes, because they want to keep the integrity of the game. Let me ask you this last question though, because speaking of bans, fascinating stuff that developed earlier this week in Florida, as Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, has now banned social media for children 14 and under. I think if you're 14 or 15, you need parental permission. Your thoughts on this, because we're all on social media. I was actually surprised. We put up a poll question yesterday on Twitter, and almost 4 out of every 5 voters technically voters on the poll said that they were in favor of the social media ban in Florida. I found that surprising. What's been the reaction in Florida to this?
I think most people think, with the whole and the nonsense, even Dr. Jill was still talking about the don't say gay law, which never happened. So talk about spreading misinformation and debunked information. Dr. Jill's out there at the human rights thing where they were paying like $100,000 a seat to listen to her talk about stuff that didn't happen, like the don't say gay, trying to convince people that what DeSantis did here in Florida when it came to kids reading pornographic books, that's what he did, that he removed all these great books, which he didn't. So the thing about social media, how do you prove if you're 14 years old? When you go into a site, any site, and they say, are you over 18? What are you going to click? No? I mean, how do you know? Like, for example, Twitter, if you change your birth date on there by accident, which I did once, they will actually lock your account down, and then you have to send them proof of your age. You have to have proof to go into a liquor store. I go into a supermarket here at Publix and buy some wine, and I have to show them ID that I'm over 21. I'm like, dude, look at me. Look at me. I have to pull out my ID, and they have to scan it to buy booze.
Right.
And, cigarettes. I don't smoke, and I don't buy cigarettes. So how are you going to police 14-year-old kids? And I don't think Twitter or any of these other sites are age verifying where you live and how old you are. So I don't know how they're going to do this. I mean, obviously it sounds good to parents who are worried about their kids being on their phone all day long. But the problem is the parents are on their phone all day long too.
It's true.
The parents are the ones who can't get off social media. They're like Robin. Robin's on 6 different devices every night before we go to bed.
Put the devices down, Robin.
Wait, device? How many sites are you on?
Wait, what kind of devices is Miss Robin on? Wait, Miss Robin.
No, on her tablet she's playing a game. On a tablet, she's playing like fishdom. And then on her phone, and I'm watching TV, and I'm like, come on, I got a Gold Rush show on. I want to see if I can go out and start panning for gold in Georgia so I can make some extra cash. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. Tony Bruno, great stuff, as always, brother. I think we covered it all. Did we miss anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I do have breaking news.
Oh, you do?
The National Weather Service is in Mount Holly, and by the way, their chief meteorologist has tickets to tomorrow's game, is saying the forecast is improving. So we're now less than 50% chance for showers tomorrow.
Ooh.
So it looks...
Let's play ball now. Let's play ball. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's play some baseball.
Wow. Got his own baseball theme in the background.
No more dollar dog night, but bring your own. How many people will now bogart and sneak in hot dogs? If it's a little chilly, don't forget, just put a couple hot dogs under your underarm pits. A little aluminum foil. And if you want to have a couple of dogs, try to find ways to get them in, because I'm sure they've changed the security thing. Remember, it was the bags that you couldn't look. You had to have that little backpack, but you had to see through it. You have to make sure you have no water in there.
Oh, there he is.
You don't have your medications in there.
All right. Good stuff, brother.
Tony!
We love you.
There he is, Tony Bruno. There will be baseball. And there he is, live from Florida.
Action, yo.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, guys, have a good one.
You too. There he is, Tony Bruno, brought to you by Wawa with our new built-to-order wraps, which are here. It's all the flavor you love, wrapped up and ready to move with your day. Try an Italian or a Bacon Ranch chicken steak wrap today. Gotta have a Wawa. Fourth and final hour is on the way. Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
And baseball is back. We're talking a lot of baseball locally here with maybe the rain will hold out. But you know what? The rain never matters at Bet Parks for Wednesday. How's that bracket doing? Why not live bet all the tournament games on the Bet Parks Sportsbook app? Bet while you watch the action. This is the best time of year, right? College hoops, hysteria, plus baseball and golf are all back. Bet Parks is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. So remember, you got to download the only sportsbook app I ever recommend. If I can use it, you can use it. Trust me, it's idiot-proof. The Bet Parks Sportsbook and Casino app. Get on there, get in on the tournament action, plus play all your favorite casino games, which is so much fun. Make futures bets right now on Philadelphia baseball on the Bet Parks Sportsbook app. $25 wager on Philadelphia baseball to win their East Divisional pays out $87.50. $25 wager on Philadelphia baseball to win the league plays $150, and a $25 wager on Philly baseball to win it all pays $375. Top three faves to win it all this year. $25 wager on Los Angeles to win it all pays out $87.50. On Atlanta, $137.50, and on Houston to win it all, $200. New users, just join me. Download the Bet Park Sportsbook app right now. You make a winning $10 sports bet, get $125 in sportsbook bonuses back. BetParks.com. BetParks.com has all the deets for you. It's so simple to use. Great offer, but you must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. Pass it on. From passiton.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
And we thank you for being with us here on a Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company, final hour underway. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. Dawn's Big Three right after that. Cut sheet part 2. What's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history? Who won Twitter today? Great stuff out of Tony Bruno. And Dawn said that the weather is looking better and better for Thursday. So we are trending in the direction of getting that game, I would assume, underway on time at 3:05 p.m. or so.
Well, remember last year, the home opener, and then they pushed it back because there was rain in the forecast, and then it turned out to be that beautiful day.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were ripped for it.
Yep.
So that's what, Greg all week has been saying, what are they waiting for? What are you waiting for? I think they're waiting for, Greg, the lock. They want to know that the meteorologists are not going to be wrong.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so I think it is improving.
I got to say, my buddy Balearis all this week has been saying cancel the game. And I've been going off him, and maybe I shouldn't have.
Haven't you learned your lesson?
Well,
of all people,
John,
you're going to ride with JB.
I am.
John has had some epic wrong forecasts.
But he's also had some right ones.
I know.
Yeah. By the way, what is the success rate? Is there a number you need to be at as a meteorologist to? I know they don't ever get fired for being wrong, but is there a certain threshold that they need to be at to maintain credibility?
It's like radio host predictions.
Right. Well, but see, that's the thing. I'm not judged on my ability to get things right. That's one of the things that I have learned over the years, and almost 20 years now of doing talk radio in one format or the other. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong.
Yeah.
I hate to break that to people. Oh, you predicted a red. It doesn't matter. There's two things you're judged on in this business, and they both start with the letter R.
I mean,
ratings and revenue. That's it.
Right now, it depends on which. National Weather Service has said there was this 80+% chance. Now it's down to 50. It depends on whose forecast. Some of them are still saying 90+% chance of showers.
Mm-hmm.
But how heavy, we know for sure that the Jersey Shore, South Jersey, is going to get it the worst. And it looks like Delaware. So that's where all the flood watches and warnings are.
Okay.
I don't know. Most of the forecasts are still calling for pouring rain.
All right. We'll see how it plays out.
It is. I did look it up because you guys asked earlier. It is not up to MLB. It is up to the individual park.
Okay.
So it's up to the ballpark, not MLB.
Wow.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Interesting.
I would have figured they would take a non-biased person like baseball as the entity to look at the fairness for both teams, but it's up to the home team.
Yep, it's
whatever
up to
whatever
Citizens
benefits
Bay
us.
Park.
The hell with the Braves. All right. Enough sports before people get mad in the YouTube
Well,
chat.
it's weather.
It's weather.
Oh, well, then let's keep going. I have some great stories to get to, but we can talk weather all day.
No, sir.
All right. So Dawn loves to say the word Chicago. And Dawn, were you born and raised in Minnesota?
No,
I went to school there.
I was actually born in Chicago.
That's right. But you spent time in Minnesota as well, correct?
I lived everywhere.
I know.
I never lived anywhere for more than
You're like a
3
nomad.
years.
Yeah.
So that's why Philadelphia, since the mid '90s, this is home for me.
Okay.
Because I don't, we moved since I was born. We moved.
You've been here the longest.
Yeah.
Oh, by far, most of my adult life has been in Philadelphia.
When anybody ever asks me where I'm from, I always say Philadelphia because
it's home for you.
I've spent most of my life here.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like I've moved around places, but I've spent most of my life here.
Right. Yeah,
so
that's fair.
I'm a Philadelphian.
Okay, I got you. So these stories out in the Midwest are fascinating. We're going to go from Chicago to Minnesota to Missouri. I've got all sorts of Midwest updates. I don't know if you guys recall this story. We talked about this in the summer where the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, because of all the rampant theft with automobiles and the carjackings, so he ends up coming out and the city, Chicago, decides to sue Kia and Hyundai, and he said, quote, "The failure to install basic auto theft prevention technology in these models is sheer negligence, and as a result, a citywide and nationwide crime spree around automobile theft has been unfolding." And we've certainly talked about it here when Dawn gives the news in the 6 and 7 o'clock hour when there is a carjacking. I always say tongue-in-cheek, let me guess, was it a Kia or was it a Hyundai? But this is the problem with the far left and progressives is they don't address the root cause. They shift the blame to the victim here. And you've got Brandon Johnson, who is actually further left than Lori Lightfoot was, which is a hard thing to wrap your mind around. So he wants to sue 2 major automobile manufacturers for the problem that his policies have created in Chicago and every other progressive Democrat has created in every big city. So we won't crack down on crime, but we'll go out there and try to sue 2 major car companies. If I'm these car companies, and I don't know how the car dealerships work with the actual manufacturers, but would you want to do business in Chicago if the mayor is suing you and claiming you don't have all the proper anti-theft devices and technology in your vehicles? This is a total clown show. And then I heard over the weekend, the state attorney general for Minnesota, Keith Ellison, another progressive, he had this to say on this general topic. Take a listen and watch this clip.
We've also got to go upstream. We've got to make sure that the automobiles are not so easy to steal so that they're a tempting, attractive nuisance for young people. And, right now we are investigating 2 major automakers because their cars are dramatically too easy to steal for young people.
I mean, I feel bad for these car companies, and obviously we work with multiple car dealerships on this station and with our cluster and stuff like that. And you're going to sit here and come out and try to attack these companies, and you wonder why. And this, a lot of it comes full circle. We talk about doing business in big blue cities. We talk about Trump and Letitia James and businesses that are going to eventually leave New York because they don't want to be the next Trump victim of having, being on the wrong side of politics. I don't know about you guys, but to me, this is, once again, you are not going to address the cause, because if you were to address it, you'd have to get tough on crime. You'd have to arrest people. You'd have to enforce the laws that are on the books. You wouldn't be letting out with bail reform people with 21 past instances. This is a joke on many fronts. If I'm Kia and I'm Hyundai, I'm like, you know what? If this is the way my company's going to be attacked, we'll go elsewhere. We'll set up shop. I'll take every deal. If it was up to me, like if I owned Kia, right, and I controlled all the dealerships in Chicago or the greater Chicagoland area in Illinois, and it wasn't, independently owned operations, I would move them all out. I'd go to Texas. I'd go to Tennessee. I'd go to Georgia. I'd go to Florida. I'd move right over to Ohio if I want to be closer by. I don't know. This doesn't seem to be the solution for me, Dawn. I think actually enforcing laws and arresting these people would probably be a step in the right direction.
Yeah, they'll blame anything other than the criminal.
Right. Right. Like we don't lock up our criminals anymore. We lock up shampoo.
Yeah.
Right?
It's true.
Like
It's true.
It's just complete madness. So
it's the shampoo's fault, actually.
it is.
It's
The shampoo is racist.
Yeah, shampoo is. And that's just it. They'll blame the car, the automaker, and that's why businesses are moving out of cities like Chicago, hopefully we've stopped the bleeding in Philadelphia as far as the business community moving out, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
But we hear, and now the latest about dollar store. Even the dollar stores are shutting down.
Right, like if Dollar General is closing up shop, what does that tell you about the area in which they are doing business?
Yeah.
It's not worth their time anymore because they're getting robbed, they're losing their products are more expensive to insure, then they pass that increase on to you, the consumer, and then you, the consumer, says, well, I don't want to pay an extra 38 cents for this. I'll go buy the generic version that might be cheaper, or I'll go to a different establishment that might offer it at a better rate. So there's a trickle-down effect to all of this, and it impacts us on a daily basis. And I think sometimes people don't pay attention to that type of stuff. And then lastly, the last update in the Midwest I want to give you. Remember, we talked about this, the heinous, violent attack of that teenager in Missouri. I don't even know that I have an update on her condition. We're talking about the one that had her head slammed multiple times.
I believe she's breathing on her own now. I
Oh,
think.
she is?
Yeah, she's still not conscious, but I believe
Oh.
she's in a better, because she was only breathing before with like a ventilator or whatever you call it. But I believe she's breathing on her own now.
All right,
which
well-
is a sign in the right direction. I guess.
Yeah, step in the right direction for sure. So here's an update on that story from the suspect point of view. Did you know that the family of the girl charged in the brutal Kaylee Gain beating claims that she's the real victim?
Yeah.
And she's gone out and started a fundraiser. The family of the Missouri girl who has been charged with beating 16-year-old Kaylee Gain into unconsciousness says that she is the real victim and she was harassed and bullied before the caught-on-video assault. The 15-year-old aunt told the Daily Mail that her niece, described as an honor student with a stellar record at Hazelwood East High School, was defending herself during the March 8th fight in Spanish Lakes, Missouri. The accused attacker's loved ones are asking the juvenile court system to show, quote, compassion for the teen after they are seeking $150,000 in donations on a GoFundMe for her legal defense. I have no idea if she's an honor student or not. I'll just take that at face value. But I have a hard time believing that she was the one that was bullied and harassed merely by looking at the two of them based on their size and stature. If you watched that video, and I'm sure it's still out there, the girl who is unconscious or has regained consciousness now or whatever Greg had just mentioned, she is very small, very thin, kind of frail, relatively short. The girl who's asking for compassion, who, oh, by the way, slammed her head at least 4 times in that video, and it's only about a 15-second clip. No idea what went on after the 15-second clip, but, I mean, she is pretty thick. She's big. I find it, look, I get it. Not just because you're bigger doesn't mean you're tougher. I do find it odd that she would be the one bullied by the little girl that she slammed the head of, just based on their metrics.
So I saw a report that the girl who was beaten was suspended from school a day before or prior for fighting.
Okay.
Not that means anything.
Right.
But just to give a little context of it, that apparently there was some factioning girl groups, and one fought one, and then allegedly this girl who beat the snot out of her was supposedly fighting back for her friend.
Okay.
That being said, when you fight, you fight.
Right.
You don't slam somebody's head into the concrete
repeatedly.
That's the part
that makes
has
you an
been-
animal.
Right.
Yeah.
And look, Kaylee Gain, the one who went unconscious, I mean, she very well could be not an angel, right? Like you just heard, she was in another fight. So maybe she has a track record of being a pain in the butt. But when you're sitting here and you slam somebody's head so violently that you basically kill them almost, I mean, that was she's like an inch away from dying, basically. And now you won compassion. Now you're going to play the victim card. You know, like you just said, Greg. Yeah, it's one thing you get into a fight, you throw a few fists or whatever. But that to me has been kind of the overall theme and takeaway from all of these modern day fights in the school setting or outside of school in the social media era. They just seem so rage-filled and angry. It seems like a different crop of school teen violence that I was around in the 90s, that other people have certainly experienced. It's nothing new, but the level of hatred and vitriol behind it just seems to be, there's something there. I think we have a rage and a temper problem, and probably a lot of it just falls generally under the mental health umbrella of today's society.
Yeah, but we have to have accountability. You can't.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I would throw the book at this girl if I was a prosecutor. There's no doubt about it. I would charge her as an adult, and she's an honor student, so it's not like she's not able to comprehend what she did. She knows what she did.
It's funny, too, because of the race of these two individuals, this story is getting scrutiny, whereas if you don't see the other side of it, it's like, well, this girl was just fighting back, and this girl was being bullied, and this girl was this, then you're a racist, or you see race in it. But on the other side, I feel that the reason that this story kind of lives online.
It does.
I have not really seen it, and I'm sure locally there in St. Louis or wherever this took place, I'm sure it's getting attention there. But it hasn't gotten a lot of the mainstream media coverage that I...
Well, it would if the races were reversed.
Exactly.
There's no question.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. And it does live more on social media for sure. All right, 855-839-1210 is the number. Morning mystery movie clip in about 5 minutes, and then we've got Dawn's Big Three at 9 as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Could you be the person who gives a kid their forever family? Across Pennsylvania, kids in foster care are waiting for a family of their own.
My name's Keyshawn, I'm 17, and I want a family that will love me for me. I'm tired of moving, and I'm ready to accept someone in my life to have them as my forever family.
Meet the kids and learn how you can become a foster or adoptive parent. To learn more, visit adoptpakids.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance.
Legends and caregiving New Jersey families the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us for April baseball that's sure to rock when the Rockies visit CBP on Monday, April 15th and Tuesday, April 16th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, April 17th at 6:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. You're invited. Celebrate Citizens Fanatic Birthday on Sunday, April 21st at 1:35 when the Phils take on the White Sox. And kids 14 and under receive Fanatic mittens. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofy.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofy, we can.
What's Renofy?
Renofy loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With Renofy, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renofy loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renofy?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renofy. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
I want my Nick Note Greg.
Kayal and Company, 922 as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2. The big 3 at 9 with Dawn. All still on the way. A little murky out today. Not feeling that. I need sunshine. Hopefully sunshine is on the way because baseball is. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. 3 straight days. Yeah, I feel like since like September, Dawn, we've had 3 or 4 Saturday and Sundays where we've actually had back-to-back good days of weather. Seems like it always rains. The rain, I hear you every week. The rain will be coming through Friday night.
So true.
Like, oh, God, can't we just rain on a Tuesday when we're already miserable enough because there's 3 days left of work? My God. All right, 9:23. Let's get to the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you ever shut up? Do you ever shut up? You worried about? I'm in the zone, man. I'm in the zone. Would you relax? I'm in the zone.
Billy, it is one thing to embarrass me, right? It's another thing to piss these guys off that we have to play against. They're just plain stupid, man.
Yeah, listen to your teammate, Buckethead. You're going right past stupid into a whole new category.
It's called suicide, chump.
Hey, chump, call me chump all day, bad boy. I'm in the zone.
Think you know what it is? Be Call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
How about that? Just shut up. Do you ever shut up? Sounds like the people in the YouTube chat mad at us for talking too much. But if you know that movie, and you should, it's an all-timer. 855-839-1210. Caller 12. 855-839-1210. You will get a pair of tickets to Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, Alison Krauss, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples, and more. The Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets go on sale 10 o'clock this Friday, March 29th, and you can get them at Ticketmaster.com. If you don't win them here, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Without further ado, let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:25.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
So right now we have some major updates and information we want to detail for you as federal investigators are examining that Voyage data recorder in an attempt to recreate a timeline of yesterday's cargo ship crash in the port of Baltimore. So the NTSB officials confirming this morning, and we are expecting to, at the very least, get some kind of a timeline. Investigators also working to determine what caused the apparent power loss prior to that crash. But the full investigation and repair efforts, according to Maryland's Governor Wes Moore, will take not days, weeks, nor even months. Could take years. And we know now that within 90 seconds, those heroic police officers responded to that radio call from the barge, that they did manage to stop all the vehicle traffic over that Baltimore bridge in both directions. Wow. They had 90 seconds. That's one of the revelations we're getting this morning.
That's great work by them.
That explains a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Wow.
Especially in a city, I think that obviously has defunded police. We played you that other clip. I think that was from Baltimore, correct?
It was, yep.
Where they said they, in a precinct of 61,000 people, they were down to 3 officers.
3 officers, yep.
And these heroes were able to, in 90 seconds, save lives.
So at least 8 people went into the water. We know 2 escaped and are okay, but the other 6 are presumed dead this morning, and we're beginning to learn about them from their families who are starting to speak out this morning. We've talked a lot about it, but I wanted to mention to you, if you missed the battleship New Jersey, the USS New Jersey, if you missed our historic ship moving locally here, there's another chance to see the historic ship. It's going to depart from the Paulsboro Marine Terminal on the Jersey side of the Delaware River today at 11 a.m. So just a heads up, the battleship New Jersey's on the move again, making its way to the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard, where it's going to be dry docked for some routine maintenance. That'll take about 2 months to complete.
Be back just in time for the fireworks show. We'll probably be giving away tickets to watch the fireworks on the battleship New Jersey.
Amen.
There you go.
Hey, make America pray again. So Donald J. Trump, we've talked a lot this morning.
So this is the MAPA movement.
Yeah, the MAPA movement. So we've talked a lot about Trump and DJT and Wall Street and all of that with Truth Social. But the latest from Trump, former President Donald Trump, is he's urging supporters to buy a God Bless the USA Bible for $59.99. And many supporters are saying, what a great idea to sell these very special commemorative Bibles. But you know, he's getting trolled as well from late night host, former Representative Liz Cheney, who's lost. She's an official loser in Wyoming because she was, she's not an elected official there anymore. But she is blasting Trump, saying she had tweeted or X'd out, "Happy Holy Week, Donald. Instead of selling Bibles, you should probably buy one." And then she wrote that she encouraged him to read the part of the Bible about adultery.
Oh.
That from a snarky tweet.
So let me make sure I got this right. So Trump is selling Bibles for profit?
Well, he's part of a Lee Greenwood.
Yes.
God save or God bless him. God bless the USA or whatever that song is he sings. He's selling them. Trump is the spokesperson for him.
Yes.
So Trump's being compensated to pimp Bibles.
Yep. $60. Actually, $59.99.
$59.99.
Yeah. Not a fan of that.
Dawn, as a Christian, I'm sure you maybe have thoughts about this, concerns about this, no?
I know, I don't know. A lot of people are I just saw the thing. I just think
it's too sales pitchy for me. I'm having flashbacks of I'm picturing Trump. I said pimping. I probably shouldn't have said that. But promoting and trying to hawk Bibles for profit. It feels like the My Pillow guy to me. It's not a fan of that. And I'm a Christian as well, and I'm religious. But I mean, and I'm all for the Bible. It just, yeah. But you know what? Capitalism. You get your cut. It's what makes this country great.
$60 for a Bible. $59.99 for a Bible. Really?
What do you get with that though?
He released a video. All Americans need a Bible in their home, and I have many in my home, said Trump.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Released it, of course, on Truth Social. It's a partnership with, as you said, country music star Lee Greenwood, who sings "God Bless the USA," of course. And so he says, it's a best-selling book, which is true.
Wait, Trump says it's a best.
Oh God.
Well, he's right.
Well, it is. Yes, okay. It's the most successful book ever written. I mean, as far as sheer volumes of purchases.
Here's my problem. I'm non-religious, so this doesn't offend me. I could care less.
Yeah.
But for the religious people, this doesn't offend you?
I mean, I'm religious as well, and I pray, and I said a prayer last night. It was in regards to hopefully Alabama covering +4 against North Carolina. But no, I am serious. I joke about it. I am legitimately, a born-again Christian the whole bit. I don't live the life as well as I should. I'm a sinner the whole bit. But I don't like. I'll just give you. Here's my spiel. So I grew up in a Catholic, a Lutheran, and a Baptist church. I went to 3 different churches when my parents got divorced. The one thing I've always kind of disliked about the Catholic Church is the feeling of pressure of donating a certain percentage of money and things like that. I've always been a little anti profiting and the Joel Osteens of the world. They don't sit well with me.
Yep.
As a religious person. But I'm also a capitalist, so I say, go get your money, but it's just I don't know. It's never sat well with me.
I will tell you, because I had looked up this, so we don't know the terms of this. There's a line that says, "God bless the USA Bible.com is not owned, managed, or controlled by Donald J. Trump, the Trump Organization, or any of his ventures." And so it's actually, he is helping, he's in a partnership, but I don't have the terms of that partnership, how the proceeds go.
Now, if the proceeds are going to some Catholic Christian charity or something like that, I have no issues with it.
No, and
but
of course, churches have a right to make a profit.
If these guys are lining their pockets with that, I have a huge problem with it.
Right. That's why I said I need more information on that. But
it's apparently he does. So his last year's financial disclosure, which everybody legally has to do, Trump he made more than $5 million in speaking engagements through the CIC Ventures. So CIC Ventures is an LLC that runs this site, but I don't have any word that in particular this specific venture is something that he directly, they specifically say that he doesn't specifically, quote unquote, profit from this. But the website, I'm looking at the website, says that it's not political, has nothing to do with any political campaign. However, it's the only such Bible that Trump, has
endorsed.
I don't know if I think that's the word they use on their site.
Does he carry a little pocket-sized Bible in his jacket? Who was the guy yesterday we played on the cut sheet that pulled out the pocket-sized Constitution? Stephen Breyer?
Oh, yes.
It's who carries their Constitution with them?
I have one in my kitchen.
Well, I have one at home too. I have a framed one. Yeah. It's really nice, but I don't carry it in my golf shorts with me as I'm out and about. By the way,
this, to your point, Nick Kayal, it includes this one is King James Version with Jesus' word
I'm not
red.
Now we're going to get real deep in the weeds here with religion. I'm not a King James fan. I'm more of a New International Version fan. The NIV version.
Well, that's why you got your concordance right there. But we got the it includes the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance are all in there, as well as the words to Greenwood's famous song.
Oh, so it's a combo pack.
Yeah, and it's a larger print.
Order now.
It's all of your essential documents and your Bible all in one.
So I'll be very curious to see how people react to this.
You know, I love the show because I can guarantee you we are the only show right now that is going to bring up this topic, because there are other hosts that are offended by it, but that don't want to offend the audience, so they just won't bring it up.
Oh.
So thank you, Dawn Stanley, for bringing it up, because free speech lives here, and we can debate issues without shielding the audience from stuff that they may not agree with. Radio hosts who do that.
Is the YouTube chat?
Sorry. No. I commend Dawn Stanley for bringing this up.
Thank you. Here's the thing. You know, we talk about all these other books in our schools and whatnot, and so here is Donald J. Trump. He's the voice of this God Bless the USA Bible. And by the way, the $59.99 does not include shipping fees.
I'm more inclined to buy the Trump sneakers than I am.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's a nice little gift.
The Trump Bible.
I'll probably get it for my dad. He would love it. But I just think this, of all the things that he could promote, he's promoting the Bible. Oh, God forbid he would promote, the Bible.
But okay, promote it, but don't sell it.
Well, it's better than doing sit down drag stories with drag queens,
which we're gonna get to in a second.
I'll give him that.
Yeah, I didn't do the story you're about to do on purpose.
We're way over.
Okay,
so we should go.
So
we're gonna go. I'm gonna go home.
Big three.
All right, we're out of here. Break first.
Yes.
All right, we'll take a break, and then we're gonna get to a local story in What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 that's happening just a few miles away. Stay tuned. We're back after this. Don't miss it. Kayal and Company.
I just said my kitchen. I have a copy of the Commonwealth's Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, all in my kitchen. Why? Because my kitchen's the heart of my home. Sometimes we're having these debates about what's going on in the country. Let me pull out the Constitution here, kids. My kitchen is truly the heart of my home. If your kitchen or bath, maybe it's a little bit outdated, the dark wallpaper, the dark cabinets, you want to replace it, you know what you need? Kitchen Magic. They're local, Pennsylvania, family-owned and operated since 1979. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation. Do this today and bring your kitchen or your bath back to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, affordably transform your kitchen or your bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus you get 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. Tourney time is here. Mike Valeni and I are going through every matchup of the big dance over on the podcast. We're talking sides, totals, mix in a reckless parlay every now and then. Come on, it's fun. We've got tourney trends, futures plays, who wins the national title, something for every bettor and every sports fan. Region by region, game by game, however you want to digest it, it's there. Download Cash the Ticket today. It's on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code Radio15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la,
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. 4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at metc.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@metc.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 9:41, as we continue live here on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet part 2 coming up in just one moment. Let's get our morning mystery movie clip winner in here. We have Kristen in Elkins Park. Kristen, good morning. What movie clip did we play for you just about 15 minutes ago?
I just watched it recently. White Men Can't Jump.
Oh, that is correct.
Kristen.
Yeah. Wesley Snipes, Woody Harrelson, congratulations. You've got the tickets coming up for the 4th of July.
You know what? I was just looking at the tickets yesterday, so I'm very happy.
Well, we are happy that
Kristen,
you listened and played.
Kristen, let's burn one together, my love.
All right. Have a happy 4th.
There you go.
Be well.
Kristen and
Bye
Greg
now.
will be meeting up in a couple of months.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's
Nice
all a
work out of
joke.
her.
It's a joke I'm never going to live down that has been plaguing me on this radio station since I was 25 years old.
There you go. All right, let's get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet, part 2, sponsored by Budget Blinds. Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-question-asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com, that's budgetblinds.com. I'm not only a spokesperson for Budget Blinds, I'm also a client. Isn't that what Cy Sperling used to say?
Yes, you are.
Hair Club for Men.
The now defunct Hair Club for Men.
Exactly. Budget Blinds, I use them. You should too. Budgetblinds.com. Okay, tourism in Philadelphia. We're in springtime. The weather's going to start changing. It's going to be beautiful. We're going to get a lot of people coming into our glorious city for tours and such things. So let's see what tourism videos they have decided to release to lure people to Philadelphia.
Okay.
This is the official tourism video for Philadelphia. If you're listening on the radio, get over to YouTube if you want to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, hit the like and subscribe buttons if you have not done so. Nick Kayal, I will let you describe what is happening in this video as I play it. Ready, Phil, go.
Ah, jeez.
Hey, look at clumsy Gerald. The animal's all sneered.
It's drag queen story time.
You silly fool. Oh, Gerald, you're so
Independence Hall.
Excuse me.
about 15,
Good seeing Gerald
26-year-olds
earlier on, but sometimes
sitting in the
you're
grass
different.
on a
just
blanket.
need a different song.
They shouted, "It's a miracle. We must be in a dream." Gerald's the best dancer that we've ever seen.
In pursuit of a more perfect, respectful union, Visit Philadelphia, brought to you by Visit Philadelphia. So that's going to entice people to come to see the beautiful city of Philadelphia, the select parts that are still beautiful in this godforsaken town. So let me get this straight. Now, a Gallup poll months ago said over 72% of Americans disagree with men being in female locker rooms. I would be willing to bet if there was a Gallup poll on what percentage of Americans think from an adult perspective or parent perspective, it is appropriate for minors, even minors at that age, to be having story time with drag queens. I would be willing to venture like 92% would probably say no, it's inappropriate. So of all the things you could do to sell the city of Philadelphia from a tourism standpoint, this is what you come up with?
Yeah.
That's not going to entice me to want to, hey, honey, I've been thinking about a Pat's cheesesteak. For years, they've said Pat's is great, and Citizens Bank Park's a cool place. After seeing this drag queen story time, what do you say we book a flight to Philly?
Is this
probably not happening?
Is Visit Philly endorsed by, like, are they a part of the city of Philadelphia?
Yes.
Or is it, they are.
Is it operated by whoever is in office?
So like Sherelle Parker would have something to do with this ad?
Jeez, my God.
I don't know that. But there's a partnership.
Well, obviously,
so somebody in the mayor's office or somewhere had to sign off on this. No,
I got to imagine there's somebody that's. I mean, well, first of all, what's the motive behind this? ESG, social credit score. They know it's a facade. They know it's all hoopla and nonsense. But they do it because they're pandering and they want these reviews and these ratings and these scores. That's not going to drive people to Philadelphia. I mean, come on. And here's my biggest beef with all of this. And my beef is in the form of a question. What is the rush to have children become sexualized? Mm-hmm. What is the rush to introduce them to all of this adult, like if you're 18, be honest, if you're 17, if you're 16, if you have some interest in a drag show, knock yourself out. 8 years old, 6 years old, 10 years old. I mean, seriously, when you're 6, you're sticking Legos up your nose, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Visit Philadelphia is the official tourism site of Philadelphia. As I just look up the site, this is not on their site. So it's something that they put out, and I think people are upset about it, and that's why, it's gone viral. But it has things to do in Philadelphia this weekend, Philly's opening series, Peak, Cherry Blossom Blooms, Easter festivities. That's the main page, and then you can scroll through.
Yeah.
So usually they do a really great job. I just think on this one, I don't know what.
Yeah. Having a bunch of kids sit down while Doink the Clown reads them a book. Great.
I guess they're just trying to appeal to a certain audience that says, oh, they're inclusive.
Yeah.
But if you know anything about any major city, most major cities are quote unquote inclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Does this do the best job, especially for children and families?
Right.
You know what I mean? Show me a little history. Show me something beautiful. Show me great food. Show me something my kids are really going to love.
So Go ahead.
Well, Greg, seriously, little kids, and you know this because your son's this age, little kids are scared of Big Bird, let alone...
My son hates people in costumes. Absolutely hates it. Is scared to death of it.
Mm-hmm.
So most kids are not going to sit for that.
Nope.
And they're going to be freaked out by anybody dressed up like a clown, big...
Yep.
You know what I mean? I don't think it's in any way a draw.
Yeah.
So come on.
Yeah, well, we know what it's all about.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. We will come back, put a bow on the show. What's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and who won Twitter today. Back after this, 1210 WPHT.
Dawn here. Are you looking to improve the health of your lawn? Look no further. Natural Lawn of America has been creating green, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs, reducing the need for chemicals and creating a safer lawn for your entire family. Call today. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. 800-FREE-SEED or naturalllawn.com. hims.com. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, the Dawn Show coming up in just about 6 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, there's so much breaking right now in the bridge collapse story, that accident, and as well some New York stories, why Joe Biden is holding a star-studded, big fundraiser in New York today, and as well a family grieving the death of the NYPD officer Jonathan Diller, who was shot by that guy who's, 21 times arrested that we talked about.
Yeah.
So this all happening in New York. Coming up at 10:05, my friend Christine Flowers. She's an immigration attorney, so she's in court. So hopefully she'll make it by 10:05. But she's got a lot of breaking new developments that she's going to be talking about. 11 a.m. we'll talk education, Beth Ann Rossica, and perhaps a surprise celebrity mom coming along this morning too.
Celebrity mom.
Oh, wow.
So we got a lot going on.
You booked Peggy Bundy. All right, very good. Dawn Show, top of the hour. Greg Stocker, let's find out what happened in music history today.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 27th, we celebrate the birthdays of Andrew Ferris of INXS, Johnny April, the bassist for Stained, and Tony Banks of Genesis. Notable albums include Love at First Sting by the Scorpions from 84, Sentimental Journey by Ringo in 70, and 7,800 Degrees Fahrenheit by Bon Jovi in 85. Also, in 1958, stereo albums are actually introduced.
Wow.
In 65, Jeff Beck replaced Eric Clapton in the Yardbirds. In 86, Metallica joined Ozzy's Ultimate Sin Tour as the opening act. And lastly, on that same day in 86, Sammy Hagar made his very first appearance as Van Halen's lead singer when they began their 5150 tour in Louisiana. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
All right, nice work from Phil. You can catch his overnight show tonight.
I don't know. I don't think he's doing that.
Oh, that's why I didn't promote it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, my fault. Me and my big mouth. All right, without further ado, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 p.m., and as the binder would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 leased for as low as $629. Interest rate